Welcome, welcome. You're here at DC Harry. Today we present to you, What If Batman and Alfred Found Harry at age 4 in Cupboard and Trained as Wizard Detective of Gotham. Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Cave. The rain had been falling on Surrey for 3 days straight, the kind of slow, grey English drizzle that didn't bother announcing itself. It just arrived and made itself at home, seeping into coat collars and turning pavements into mirrors. Privet Drive looked exactly like what it was, a street of identical houses occupied by people who had decided, collectively and without discussion, that nothing interesting would ever happen here. Alfred Pennyworth drove the rental car with the same unhurried precision he brought to everything, hands at 10 and 2, eyes moving between the road and the addresses on the curb. Beside him, Bruce Wayne sat with a manila folder open across his knee, the photographs inside printed on plain paper and annotated in his own handwriting. He hadn't slept in 30 hours. You wouldn't have known it from looking at him. "Number 4, Alfred said, without needing to be told to slow down. He'd already read the address 3 times. "Pull past it." Bruce turned one of the photographs over. "Park on the next block." Alfred did, easing the car to a stop beneath a copper beech that was doing its best to survive the weather. He turned the engine off and listened to the rain tick against the roof. "I'll note, for the record, that we flew to England to follow a money trail, not to knock on suburban doors at 8:30 in the evening. The money trail ends here." Bruce closed the folder. Maroney's accountant wired 3 separate payments to a holding company registered to a Vernon Desley, Little Whinging, Surrey. The holding company doesn't exist in any legitimate registry. The payments were marked as consulting fees. He looked at the house through the passenger window. Maroney doesn't hire consultants. He does hire people who make problems disappear. Yes. Bruce opened the car door. He does. The thing about Privet Drive at 8:30 on a wet Tuesday was that nobody was outside. The curtains in number 4 were drawn, but there was a pale yellow light leaking around one edge of the front window. Someone was home. Bruce walked up the front path without hurrying, Alfred 2 steps behind him, both of them carrying nothing that would suggest anything unusual about this visit. Bruce knocked. The door opened faster than expected, as though someone had been standing just behind it, and Vernon Desley filled the frame. He was a large man in the way that suggested the size had arrived gradually, over years of good meals and comfortable inertia, and he had the particular expression of someone who had already decided to be annoyed before he knew who he was dealing with. "Whatever you're selling," he started. "We're not selling anything." Bruce held up a business card between 2 fingers. "I'm Wayne. This is my associate. We have some questions about a financial arrangement you made with a company called Maroney Logistics. I'd recommend we speak inside." Something moved behind Vernon Desley's eyes. It wasn't guilt, exactly. It was calculation, which was worse, because it meant he'd already practiced for a conversation like this. He looked Bruce up and down, clearly recognizing the name if not the face, and his expression shifted into the particular smile of someone who decided he could manage this. "Of course." He stepped back. "Come in." The inside of number 4 was immaculately ordinary. Framed photographs on the walls, a large blonde boy at various ages, a thin-faced woman with a neck like a heron, Vernon himself at what appeared to be a company golf day. Nothing else. No clutter, no chaos, no evidence of the normal accumulation of a lived life. It was the kind of clean that took deliberate effort. Bruce noticed, almost immediately, that the photographs showed exactly 3 people. The woman appeared in the hallway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She had sharp eyes and a sharper nose, and she looked at Bruce and Alfred the way she might look at an unexpected stain on the carpet, with a kind of focused displeasure that had nothing to do with manners and everything to do with the automatic social performance of someone who had never met a stranger who wasn't a potential threat or a potential audience. "Petunia," Vernon said, "these gentlemen are here about business." "Why don't you?" "I'll stay," she said, and her voice had an edge on it that ended the conversation before it started. They sat in the living room. Alfred remained standing near the door in the way he sometimes did, which looked like deference and was in fact a complete tactical assessment of every exit. Bruce sat opposite the Dursleys on a floral sofa that looked like it had never been used for anything more significant than Christmas. "The payments," Bruce said. 3 wire transfers, 18 months apart. Total of £42,000. Consulting fees, Vernon said, without hesitation. Entirely legitimate. I have documentation. I'm sure you do. Bruce looked at him for a moment. The company that paid you doesn't exist in any regulatory filing in any jurisdiction. The bank account it paid from was opened with false identification and closed 2 days after the last transfer. He paused. So I'm less interested in your documentation than I am in what you actually did for the money. Vernon's face had gone the color of old brick. I don't think I need to answer any of your, you don't, Bruce agreed. You could also call the police. Though I'd think carefully about which conversation you'd rather have. Something happened then that Bruce hadn't anticipated. It was small, so small that a less attentive person would have missed it entirely. Petunia Dursley's eyes flicked, for just a fraction of a second, to the door that led to the hallway. Not the front door. Not the kitchen. The door beneath the stairs. The cupboard. Bruce looked at it. It was a plain door, painted the same cream as the walls, with a latch on the outside. Not a handle, a latch. The kind you use to keep something closed from the outside. He kept his voice completely level. Who lives under your stairs? The silence that followed was not the silence of confusion. It was the silence of exposure, the particular quiet that descended when someone realized the conversation had moved somewhere they couldn't control. Storage, Petunia said. Her voice had gone flat. There's a latch on the outside. Bruce stood up. Storage doesn't need a latch on the outside. Vernon was on his feet. Now, listen here, Alfred had already moved. Not quickly, not dramatically, but with the absolute certainty of a man who had made a decision and would not be revisited on it. He reached the cupboard door before Vernon had finished his sentence, flicked the latch, and pulled it open. The light inside was off. The space was barely large enough to deserve the word room, a triangular slice of house beneath the staircase, the ceiling sloping down to nothing at the back. There was a small cot. A thin blanket. A plastic shelf with a few books on it, the spines worn from repeated handling. And a child, curled on the cot with his knees pulled to his chest, looking up at the sudden flood of hallway light with eyes so green they were almost startling. He was small. Even accounting for the way children could be compact and economical with space, he was small in a way that meant something. His hair was a dark tangle. He had glasses held together at the bridge with what appeared to be a rubber band. There was a bruise along his jaw, faded to yellow-green, maybe a week old. On his forehead, visible even in the dim light, was a scar shaped like a bolt of lightning. He didn't flinch. He didn't cry. He looked at Alfred with the measured calm of someone who had learned, very thoroughly, not to show fear. "Hello," he said. His voice was small but steady. "Are you here about the letters?" Alfred crouched down to the child's level. His voice, when he spoke, was the gentlest thing Bruce had heard him produce in years. "What letters, young man?" The boy considered this. "The ones that keep coming through the letterbox. Vernon burns them." He said this without particular emotion, as though it were simply weather information. "But there were a lot of them. I thought someone must be looking for me." Behind them, Vernon Dursley said, "That child is none of your—" Bruce turned and looked at him, and whatever Vernon saw in that look killed the sentence completely. Bruce wasn't angry, anger would have been manageable. He was still. The specific stillness of someone who had already decided what would happen next and was simply waiting for the current moment to finish. "Sit down," Bruce said quietly. "And don't speak again." Vernon sat. Bruce crossed to the cupboard and looked in at the boy. 4 years old, maybe. Hard to tell, he was so small that the usual measurements didn't apply. The green eyes tracked Bruce with the same calm, assessing quality, moving from his face to his hands to his posture and back again, in a way that no 4-year-old should have been doing. It wasn't nervousness. It was analysis. "Can you come out?" Bruce asked. The boy looked at the doorway, then back at Bruce. "Are they going to be angry?" "That's not your problem right now." Something in the directness of that seemed to satisfy the child. He slid off the cot, stood up, and walked out of the cupboard with the careful dignity of someone much older. He was wearing clothes that were at least 2 sizes too large for him, clearly hand-me-downs from the bigger child in the photographs. He stood in the hallway in his socks and looked up at Bruce with no expression that Bruce could immediately name. "My name is Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." Alfred, still crouched to eye level, said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry." "My name is Alfred." "Are you going to take me somewhere?" Harry asked. "We're considering it," Alfred said. Harry seemed to weigh this. His gaze moved around the hallway, the photographs, the closed kitchen door, the front door, the coat rack, the pattern of light from the living room. Then he looked back at Alfred. "Okay," he said. "Just that." "Okay." Alfred stood, looked at Bruce over the boy's head, and something passed between them that didn't need words. What followed was not, technically, a legal adoption. It was several things happening in rapid succession: Bruce making a phone call to a solicitor in London who owed him significant favors, Alfred writing down names and addresses and ensuring that the relevant Gotham and British contacts were appropriately leveraged, and Vernon Desley realizing, over the course of about 40 minutes, that the scope of Bruce Wayne's connections was such that objecting further would be enormously counterproductive. Petunia said nothing at all. She sat in the living room with her hands in her lap and looked at the wall, and Bruce had the sense that whatever she was feeling, it was not grief. Harry sat at the kitchen table while this happened and ate a full glass of milk and 4 biscuits with the focused intensity of someone who had decided not to let opportunity pass. Alfred provided the biscuits from his coat pocket. He kept them there, always, as a matter of policy, and Harry ate each one precisely, making them last. "You conjured a light," Alfred said, sitting across from him. "In the cupboard. Before I opened the door. There was no light in there." Harry looked at him carefully. "Sometimes things happen." "I imagine they do." "Vernon says it's wrong." "Vernon," Alfred said, with the specific precision of a man selecting words with great care, "is not an authority I would rely upon." Harry thought about this. "The book's in there," he said. "I found most of them in the recycling bins in the neighborhood. I read them. I've read most of them twice." He said this without pride, it was information, offered plainly. Alfred looked at the child for a long moment. "Which was your favorite?" Harry didn't hesitate. "The one about insects. And the one about how bridges don't fall down. Engineering and entomology." Alfred folded his hands on the table. "You have interesting tastes for a 4-year-old. "I'm 4.5, Harry said, with great seriousness. "My apologies. 4.5. Harry considered him again. "You're not really just a business person, are you?" he said. "Neither is the tall one. You move differently from business people." He glanced toward the hallway. "I've seen business people on the television when Vernon leaves the door open. They don't stand like that." Alfred looked at the boy for a long, quiet moment. Then he said, "No. We're not, really." "Okay," Harry said, and went back to his biscuit. Bruce appeared in the kitchen doorway. "We're leaving. Harry, do you have anything you want to take from this house?" Harry looked around the kitchen thoughtfully, as if genuinely considering the question. "The engineering book," he said. "It's in the cupboard. And my blanket. Get them." Harry got up from the table and went to the cupboard and retrieved a paperback with a cracked spine and a thin gray blanket, folded with surprising neatness. He came back and stood by the table. "Ready," he said. Bruce looked at him. The green eyes looked back. There was no tremble in the kid's lip, no tears, no backwards glance at the house he was leaving. Just that same contained, watchful calm. "Let's go," Bruce said. They flew back on the Wayne Enterprise's private jet, which Harry treated with the kind of careful, systematic curiosity he probably brought to everything. He examined the seatbelt mechanism for a full minute before allowing Alfred to fasten it. He looked out the window at the runway with his face very close to the glass, cataloging. He slept for about 2 hours somewhere over the Atlantic, the engineering book open and face down on his chest, and in sleep he looked exactly like what he was, a small, exhausted child who had been carrying too much weight for too long. Alfred covered him with a blanket and sat across the aisle and read his newspaper and said nothing, and Bruce worked at the fold-down desk with the Moroni files and glanced at Harry approximately every 12 minutes, though he would not have admitted this. At some point around 2 in the morning, flying time, Harry woke up without any of the groggy confusion of normal children. He just opened his eyes and was present. "Bruce," he said. Bruce looked up from the files. "Yes." Why were Moroni's people paying Vernon? Bruce set the file down. "What do you know about Moroni?" "I heard you say the name when you were talking to the fat man. And there was a folder with photographs. I saw one when you were standing by the stairs." Harry adjusted his glasses. The man in the photograph had a scar on his hand that matched a ring Vernon wore sometimes. Vernon said it was for being part of a club. He paused. "I didn't think it was a good club." Bruce looked at the child for a long moment. "The ring is a signifier for a network," he said, deciding, without fully deciding, the way you sometimes made choices you understood later, to answer the question honestly. The people in the network move things across borders. Things that shouldn't be moved. Vernon provided warehouse space and looked the other way. Harry absorbed this. "What kind of things?" "I don't know yet." Harry looked at the window. "The letters that came to the house. The ones that knew my name. My full name and everything. Even the part about the cupboard." He turned back to Bruce. "Someone was watching. Someone knew where I was and what was happening and they kept sending letters instead of coming." Bruce said nothing. "That seems like a mistake," Harry said. "If you know someone is in trouble, you should come." It was such a simple, direct statement that it landed somewhere behind Bruce's sternum and sat there. He thought about a small boy in a cupboard conjuring light in the dark because he needed to see to read, and he thought about letters burning in a grate, and he thought about the precise economy of Harry's packing, one book, one blanket, nothing else, and he looked back at the files and said, "Yes. It does seem like a mistake." Harry lay back down and was asleep again in minutes. Wayne Manor in the early morning was a different creature from what it became in daylight. The eastern-facing windows caught the first of the light, and the rest of the house sat in deep blue shadow, the kind of quiet that felt earned rather than empty. Alfred pulled the car up to the front door and Harry climbed out and looked up at the building and said nothing for a full 10 seconds. "It's big," he said finally. "It is," Alfred agreed. "Is it just you two?" "Generally, yes." Harry looked at the stone facade, the tall windows, the ground stretching away into morning mist. "That seems like a lot of space for 2 people." "We manage," Alfred said. Inside, Harry was given a tour by Alfred, who provided it in the matter-of-fact way he provided most things, with precision and a light undertow of dry wit. The kitchen, the library, the East Wing guest rooms, the study. Harry walked through each room with his hands folded behind his back in a way that was inadvertently formal, looking at everything with that cataloging attention that Bruce had already started to think of as the kid's default mode. In the library, he stopped. It was a proper library, 2 stories, a gallery level accessible by a spiral staircase, shelves running floor to ceiling on every wall. Harry stood in the doorway with his engineering book under his arm and looked at it without speaking. Alfred waited. "Can I read these?" Harry asked. "All of them," Alfred said, "if you're willing to start from the bottom shelf and work upward." Some of the upper shelves require either a ladder or permission. Which ones require permission? Alfred smiled. You'll know them when you find them. The guest room prepared for Harry was on the second floor, with a window facing the garden. Alfred had assembled, in the hours before their arrival, with the logistical efficiency of a man who planned 3 moves ahead as a matter of habit, a bed, a desk, a lamp, and a small shelf of books selected on the theory that a child who read engineering and entomology by choice might appreciate having better options. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at the room, and something moved very briefly across his face, something almost too fast to name. "This is mine," he said. "For as long as you want it," Alfred said. Harry walked in and put his engineering book on the shelf, very precisely, spine outward. He put the folded grey blanket on the bed. He stood in the middle of the room in his 2 large clothes and his rubber-banded glasses and looked out the window at the garden. "Okay," he said. "Just that." "Okay." Alfred left him to settle and found Bruce in the study, already at his desk, the Moroni files rebuilt into a new configuration on the whiteboard he kept behind the bookcase door. "The child needs clothes," Alfred said. "I know. And a physician." Quietly. "I know. And a guardian, legally speaking, which will require, I know, Alfred." Bruce capped his pen. "I have Lucius drafting the paperwork. The Dursleys won't contest, I've ensured that's not an attractive option for them." He looked at the whiteboard. "The money trail still goes cold at the Dursley warehouse. Whatever they were moving through Surrey, it was cleared out before we arrived. You think they knew we were coming? Possibly. Or it was already moved." He tapped a photograph on the board, a building, brick, no signage. "But the financial architecture is unusual. The shell companies are layered in a way that's consistent with high-end professional work. This isn't Moroni's usual accounting." He turned. "There's a magical element to this." Alfred looked at him. "The boy," Bruce said. "He conjured light in a sealed cupboard with no light source. You saw it." "I did. The letters that came to Privet Drive," Harry said, "they knew about the cupboard. Not just his name and address, they knew where specifically in the house he slept. That kind of information doesn't come from normal surveillance." He paused. "There's a magical community. We've known it existed. I've encountered the edges of it twice, in connection with 2 separate cases. The arms dealer in Marseilles, the one with the untraceable weapons, those weapons had properties that standard metallurgy can't account for." Alfred was quiet for a moment. "And you think the payments to Dursley are connected to that world?" "I think someone was using the Dursley warehouse as a transit point for something valuable enough to justify Moroni's involvement. And I think the reason we found a 4-year-old with a lightning bolt scar in that house instead of answers to my questions is that someone put him there deliberately." Bruce looked at the board. "And someone in that magical community has been writing him letters and watching him suffer in a cupboard and doing nothing about it for 4 years. Which makes them either incompetent or culpable. Or both." Upstairs, Harry had been awake for 3 hours when he decided to explore. It was an old habit. In the cupboard, he'd learned the geography of his small space entirely by touch, every bump and splinter memorized, because knowing your space meant knowing when things had changed. He moved through Wayne Manor the same way, not touching anything, just understanding distances and angles and which doors had locks and which ones didn't. He found Bruce's study by the smell of coffee and ink. He found the kitchen by the smell of whatever Alfred was cooking for breakfast. He found a corridor that smelled like stone and cold air and something electrical, and he followed it to a door that looked like a wall panel, and he found the catch on his 3rd try because the 2nd try had taught him where it wasn't, which was more useful information. The stairs led down. Harry followed them. The Batcave was, at this time of the morning, lit primarily by the ambient glow of the computer banks and the city monitoring screens, which cast everything in the cool blue of a television left on after midnight. Harry stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at it all, the car, the suit in the glass case, the equipment racked along the walls, the cave ceiling rising away into natural dark above the artificial light, and the computer system with its multiple screens showing 6 different views of Gotham in real time. He stood there for a while and looked at everything carefully. He heard Bruce on the stairs before he appeared, the specific weight and rhythm of his footsteps, already familiar from 12 hours of proximity. Harry didn't move. Bruce came to the bottom of the stairs, saw Harry, and stopped. The kid looked up at him. In the blue light of the cave, his green eyes were very dark, and the lightning scar was a pale line against his forehead. He looked at Bruce with the expression he brought to everything, and he said, in a voice that was perfectly calm and completely devoid of performance, "Is this where you keep your secrets?" Bruce said nothing for a moment. He looked at the child, and the child looked back at him. "Yes," Bruce said. Harry looked at the suit in the case. "That one's yours." "Not a question." "Yes." Harry turned to look at the car, then the computers, then the training area, and then back to Bruce. "The people who hurt people in Gotham," he said. "You go after them. At night. That's what the suit is for." Bruce considered any number of responses and selected the honest one, because the kid had already earned it. "Yes." Harry nodded slowly, looking at the screens. Gotham glittered in 6 different windows, wet streets, orange light, the silhouette of buildings against a sky that was never fully dark. He watched it for a moment. "I want to learn," he said. "You're 4. 4.5. Harry looked at him. "And I already know things. I just need more things to know." He said this without any sense of audacity, it was a statement of logistics, like saying he needed shoes in a larger size. Bruce crouched down so they were at eye level, the way Alfred had done in the Desley kitchen, except that Bruce's version of it was less gentle and more direct. He looked at the kid. "This isn't a game. It's not an adventure. People get hurt." "I know about getting hurt," Harry said, in a tone so level it was almost clinical. Bruce held his gaze for a moment. "I know you do." "So," Harry said. "Will you teach me?" Bruce looked at the scar on his forehead, and the glasses held together with a rubber band, and the 2 large clothes, and the absolute stillness of a child who had learned to wait out danger by becoming very quiet and very small, and he thought, with a clarity that surprised him, that the worst possible thing he could do was teach this boy to keep being small. "Get some sleep first," Bruce said. "We'll start tomorrow." Harry stood up. He looked at the cave one more time, the whole scope of it, as if filing it away. Then he turned and walked back to the stairs. He was 3 steps up when he paused. "Bruce," he said, without turning around. "Yes. Thank you for coming." He said it quietly, simply, and without any particular weight, and because it had no weight, it landed heavier than anything else could have. I'd almost stopped thinking anyone would. He went back up the stairs. Bruce stayed at the bottom, in the blue light of the cave, and looked at nothing in particular for a while. Alfred appeared from the shadows near the equipment wall. He'd been there the whole time, which Bruce had known and Harry, he suspected, had also known. "Well," Alfred said. "Don't," Bruce said. "I wasn't going to say anything." "You were about to say something about fate or purpose or, I was going to say," Alfred said mildly, "that breakfast is in 40 minutes, and that child needs clothes, a doctor, and probably someone to explain what toothpaste is actually for, given the state of the one in the guest bathroom." He paused. "I will save the observations about fate and purpose for a more appropriate moment." "There won't be one." "There will," Alfred said, entirely placidly, "be several." Bruce looked up at the stairs where Harry had gone. The sound of small footsteps had faded. The cave was quiet except for the hum of the servers and the distant sound of the real city going about its unknowing night. "The letters," Bruce said. "Sir." Someone in the magical world knew where Harry was. Knew what was happening to him. Kept writing letters instead of coming. He turned. "I want to find out who. And I want to find out why." That seems, Alfred said, like the beginning of a very long and complicated conversation. Yes. Bruce moved toward the computer. It does. Above them, in the guest room on the second floor, Harry Potter put his grey blanket over the best mattress he had ever slept on, lay down on top of it rather than beneath it out of sheer habit, looked up at a ceiling that was not the underside of a staircase, and went to sleep. He did not conjure a light. He didn't need to. For the first time in 4 years, someone else had left one on for him. Chapter 2, What the Boy Already Knew. 3 years had a way of changing things. Harry Potter at 7 was not a different person from the small, contained child Alfred had found in the cupboard. He was the same person with more room to be himself, which turned out to be considerably more than anyone had anticipated. He was still watchful, still quiet in the way that meant he was thinking rather than absent, still possessed of that particular quality of attention that made adults feel they were being assessed rather than observed. The difference was that at 4 he'd had nowhere to put any of it. Now he had the Wayne Manor library, a training room, Alfred's kitchen, and Bruce's relentless, demanding, occasionally maddening instruction, and he was using all of it simultaneously. The morning started, as most mornings started, with Alfred nearly stepping on him. Harry was on the kitchen floor with 3 reference books open around him in a triangle, a magnifying glass, a dead moth in a glass jar, and what appeared to be a partially disassembled torch. He was cross-legged in the space between the kitchen island and the stove, and he had been there since 5:30 in the morning because he'd woken up with a question about compound eyes and could not go back to sleep until he'd answered it. Alfred stepped over him without comment, put the kettle on, and began laying out the ingredients for breakfast with the unhurried choreography of a man who had long since adjusted his spatial awareness to account for the presence of a small scientific crime scene somewhere underfoot. The moth, Harry said, without looking up, has 4,000 individual lenses in each eye. Remarkable, Alfred said. It means it can see almost 360 degrees. But the resolution is terrible. It trades detail for coverage. Harry turned a page. That's a design choice. Depends what you're optimizing for. What would you optimize for? Harry considered. Both. I'd want detail and coverage. He looked up. Is that possible? In engineering, Alfred said, filling the kettle, almost certainly. In biology, the constraints are rather more fixed. He set the kettle down. In magic, I imagine the question is worth asking. Harry's eyes went back to the moth. I tried last week. I was trying to make my glasses see farther. Something happened, but it wasn't what I was going for. What happened? I could see through the wall for about 30 seconds. Harry said this with the tone of a man reporting a minor miscalibration. I saw Bruce in his office eating a biscuit he didn't want anyone to know about. Alfred turned very slightly toward the window to compose himself, then turned back. And did you tell him? No. Harry looked up. But I moved his biscuit tin to a lower shelf so he wouldn't have to reach. A brief pause. He didn't say anything. But the tin was back on the high shelf the next morning. Alfred served breakfast and Harry relocated from the floor to the table, folding the magnifying glass into his pocket and putting the moth jar precisely on the corner of the counter, out of the way but within reach. He ate with efficiency and attention, the way he did most things. He'd been underweight for the first year at the manor, not dramatically, but enough that the doctor Alfred had arranged had used the word malnourished once and watched Alfred's face and decided not to use it again. 3 years of Alfred's cooking had addressed that entirely. Harry was still slight, still carried himself compactly, but there was nothing fragile about him anymore. Bruce wants to work on the logic sequencing today, Harry said, between mouthfuls. I know. He mentioned it last night. I finished the exercises he set 2 days ago. Alfred looked at him. I'm not saying that to complain, Harry said, I'm saying it because if he doesn't know, he'll give me the same level again and it won't be useful. He pushed his eggs around. The pattern recognition ones were interesting but the deduction chains were too short. Real cases have more variables. Alfred set his tea down. How do you know how many variables real cases have? Harry met his gaze steadily. I read his case files. The ones in the locked cabinet in the study? Yes. The cabinet that requires a key. It requires a key or a bent paperclip in 4 minutes, Harry said. The lock mechanism has a design flaw. If you apply lateral pressure to the upper right corner of the door while rotating the pick, the secondary catch disengages before the primary. He paused. I should tell him about the flaw. It's a security issue. Alfred looked at the ceiling with an expression that was not quite exasperation and not quite pride and was, truthfully, a precise blend of both. I will, he said, leave the question of whether to mention your methodology to your discretion. Harry almost smiled. I'll leave out the part about reading the files. That seems wise. Bruce appeared at 7, showered and dressed and carrying his coffee mug with the kind of grip that suggested he'd been up since 4. He looked at Harry and said, finish the logic chains. 2 days ago. Bruce pulled out the chair across from Harry and sat down. He looked at the moth jar on the counter. He looked at the open books and the magnifying glass outline on the table where it had been sitting. He looked at Harry, and something moved behind his eyes, the same rapid, cataloging attention that Harry had inherited or learned or both, it was hard to say which anymore. What did you find? He said. Harry told him about the compound eyes. Bruce listened with the specific quality of attention he brought to relevant information, which meant he was leaning slightly forward and his coffee mug was sitting untouched. When Harry finished, Bruce was quiet for a moment. Application, he said. Surveillance blind spots. If you understand what kind of eye you're up against, biological, mechanical, magical, you know where the gaps are. Harry leaned his chin on his hand. The thing with compound eyes is the gap is always straight ahead. They see everything peripherally but dead-ahead focus is weak. So if something is attacking from straight in front, a creature like that is relying on other senses to compensate. Bruce nodded slowly. There's a case from 2001. A smuggler was using trained raptors as perimeter security. Turned out birds have a blind spot directly in front of the beak, because of the beak itself, Harry said. I know. I read that one. Bruce looked at him. Harry decided this was the moment for disclosure. I should tell you about the lock on the cabinet in the study. What followed was less of an argument and more of a technical debrief, which was almost worse. Bruce had gone very still in the way he went still when he was deciding something, and Alfred had found a reason to be in the adjacent pantry. You read active case files, Bruce said. The ones in the left-hand drawer are active. The ones in the right are closed. I read both, but I was more careful with the active ones. Harry looked at him squarely. I didn't touch anything. I replaced everything exactly as I found it, in the same order with the same orientation. I checked the index at the back of each folder and memorized the page order before opening it so I could replace it accurately. That's not the point. I know, Harry said. The point is I did it without permission. I understand that. He paused. But I also found something you missed. Bruce looked at him for a long moment. Excuse me. Harry got up, went to his room, came back with a folded piece of paper. He put it on the table. On it, in his precise, slightly too formal handwriting, was a series of numbers with annotations. The Triton Network case. The shell companies. You mapped 4 layers of corporate nesting, but you stopped at the Cayman Holding Company because the registered agent details were redacted. He pointed to the 3rd line of numbers. But the bank routing codes on the wire transfers use a prefix sequence that's specific to one institution. I found it in a financial regulations handbook in the library. It's a private bank in Liechtenstein with a public registry. The registered agent name appears in that registry under 3 different corporate registrations, one in Cayman, one in Luxembourg, and one in a company registered in Yorkshire 18 months ago. Bruce picked up the paper. He read it. His expression didn't change, which was how you could tell it had changed significantly. The Yorkshire registration, Harry said. The director name on the filing is an alias, the address listed is a P.O. box, but the postcode is real, and it matches a building that appears in the background of the photograph on page 14 of the Moroni file. He tapped the page. The building you photographed when you were in Surrey. The warehouse. Alfred had stopped pretending to be in the pantry. Bruce set the paper down. He looked at Harry for a long time. Harry looked back at him with the expression of someone who had prepared for multiple versions of this conversation and was waiting to see which one they were having. "How long did it take you?" Bruce said. 3 evenings. Mostly because the Financial Regulations Handbook was on the upper shelf and I had to wait until you were in the cave before I used the ladder. The upper shelf requires permission. I know. I'm mentioning it now. Bruce stood up. He picked up his coffee, took a drink, and said, "The cabinet lock flaw." "What exactly did you do?" Harry told him. Bruce listened, went to the study, came back 4 minutes later. "You're right about the secondary catch," he said. "I'll have it replaced." He sat back down. "After breakfast, we're starting a new exercise set. You're not doing logic chains anymore." "What am I doing?" "Real cases. Cold files. I'll give you the evidence set and the context briefing and you'll work it independently." He looked at Harry. "And you'll tell me what you find instead of hiding it until it's a point in an argument." "That's fair," Harry said. Alfred appeared from the pantry with a fresh pot of tea and the specific expression of a man who was extremely satisfied with how things had turned out and was managing not to make a speech about it. The training came in different forms and Bruce had made no effort to keep them separate. Physical training in the morning. Harry had been doing basic movement and balance work since he was 5, gymnastics and parkour principles mixed with the early foundations of the martial arts curriculum Bruce had mapped out with the patience of someone playing an extremely long game. Harry was not strong yet, not in any practical combat sense, but he was fast in the way that light, precise things were fast, and he had body awareness that his trainers, the ones Bruce occasionally brought in, careful people who asked no questions, consistently described as unusual. What they meant, though they didn't know it, was that Harry moved with a quality that was partly trained and partly something else. When he was 9 months into the physical work and Bruce had introduced the first basic evasion exercises, Harry had anticipated a strike from behind on his 4th attempt. Not guessed, anticipated. Turned before it arrived. Bruce had said nothing at the time. He'd noted it, and filed it, and continued. The magic, which was what it was, they had all been using the word for over a year now, because calling it, the incidents, had become both inaccurate and slightly absurd, came in no particular pattern. Things happened around Harry when his attention was fully engaged or when he was sleeping or when he was angry, which was rare but memorable. A shelf of books had reorganized itself one afternoon while Harry was reading and decided he couldn't find what he wanted. The kitchen lights had gone haywire for 3 days after Vernon Dursley's face had appeared on a news program in connection with a fraud investigation, and Harry had been very quiet for an afternoon in a way that ended with every light fixture in the east wing simultaneously exploding. Alfred had cleaned up the glass without comment and then sat with Harry in the darkened hallway and they'd talked about something else entirely until Harry's shoulders came down from around his ears. Bruce had researched. He'd been researching since Privet Drive, building a file on the magical world with the same methodical patience he brought to Gotham's criminal architecture, working outward from known points, the weapons in Marseilles, 3 other anomalous cases with magical signatures, academic papers from fringe journals, and one extraordinarily productive evening with a retired intelligence officer in Edinburgh who, after 3 glasses of scotch, had mentioned the existence of a ministry of magic with a familiarity that suggested personal experience rather than theory. The file had grown thick. At the center of it, with the most cross-references and the most open questions, was the name Albus Dumbledore. The letters, in the 3 years since Privet Drive, had not stopped coming. They no longer went to Privet Drive, but they arrived at Wayne Manor with the same persistence, through the post, through windows left briefly open, once tucked inside a library book that had not been delivered from any bookshop Bruce could identify. They were addressed to Harry James Potter, in emerald green ink, and they contained variations on the same message, that Harry was expected, that his place was reserved, that his education was a matter of some importance. Bruce had intercepted every one of them for the first 2 years. Harry had found the folder where he was keeping them in the first year. They had reached an understanding. Bruce read them first, Harry read them after. This was not ideal, but it was functional. At 7, Harry's opinion of the letters was precise. "They know where I am," he'd said, when they finally had the full conversation about it. "They knew about the cupboard. That means they've been watching for years. But they keep writing letters instead of coming." He looked at the stack of them. "Why would you do that?" "Control," Bruce said. "If you come, you have a conversation. A letter is a statement. They want me to show up on their terms. That's what it looks like." Harry had looked at the letters for a moment. "Okay," he said. "Then we should go first." Which was what led, 3 years after Privet Drive, on a grey October morning when Harry was 7 and possessed of enough compiled knowledge to be genuinely alarming, to a meeting in a Bloomsbury coffee shop that smelled of old wood and someone else's anxiety. The man who arrived 7 minutes after Bruce and Alfred and Harry had taken their seats was tall, extremely thin, wearing a suit that looked as though it had been purchased in a different decade and inhabited ever since with great affection. He had a very long beard that he had made some effort to tuck into his pocket, and half-moon glasses, and eyes of a very particular shade of blue that carried the specific quality of someone who had trained themselves to look warm while watching very carefully. He looked at Harry first. For a long moment he just looked, and something moved in his expression, grief and relief and guilt and something almost like wonder, in rapid succession, before the warmth settled back over all of it like a curtain. "Harry," he said. His voice was soft, unhurried. "My goodness. You look so much like your father." "I know," Harry said. "I've seen photographs. Bruce has a file." He paused. "You're Dumbledore." "I am." The old man sat down and looked at Bruce. "Mr. Wayne. Thank you for agreeing to meet. You've been writing to my ward for 3 years, Bruce said. Meeting seemed overdue. Something flicked through Dumbledore's eyes. The warmth didn't shift, exactly, but behind it something recalibrated. He was, Bruce had noted from his research, a man who was almost never caught without a prepared response, and he was clearly adjusting to the fact that this conversation was already not the one he'd planned to have. "I owe Harry an apology," Dumbledore said, turning to him with the full weight of that carefully constructed warmth. "And an explanation. I placed you with your aunt and uncle because I believed it was the safest, the blood protection," Harry said. "I know about that. I found a paper on ancient magical protection theory in a journal in the London Library. The protection that activates when a child lives with a blood relative who took them in out of love." He tilted his head slightly. "She didn't, though. She hated my mother. So it probably didn't work anyway." Dumbledore blinked. It was, Bruce noted, the first time in the meeting that he'd looked genuinely surprised rather than performing surprise. "Where did you find that journal?" Dumbledore said. "The London Library has a restricted section if you have a research membership. Alfred arranged one." Harry looked at Alfred. "I am not without resources," Alfred said mildly, and poured himself tea. "The protection theory is interesting," Harry said to Dumbledore, "but even if it worked, the premise assumes the environment is safe. I was locked in a cupboard for 4 years. The protection doesn't account for what happens inside the protected location." "No," Dumbledore said, after a pause. "No, it doesn't." He looked at Harry with an expression that had become more genuine than the crafted version. "Harry, I'm not angry at you," Harry said. It sounded honest, flat and direct and unperformed. "I was for a while. But being angry about something you can't change is inefficient." He met the old man's gaze. "What I want is information. About my parents, about the magical world, about what happened the night Voldemort came to our house and why I survived." Dumbledore's hand, which had been reaching for his tea, stopped moving. People keep flinching at the name, Harry said. I've noticed that. It seems like a deliberate piece of psychological control. If people won't say it, they can't discuss him properly, which keeps him in the position of an abstract fear rather than a concrete problem. I'm not going to do that. Bruce was drinking his coffee. His expression was neutral. If he was entertained, he wasn't showing it, which was almost the same thing. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. You have, he said slowly, been very well prepared. I've been preparing myself, Harry said. Bruce gave me the tools. I worked out how to use them. He folded his hands on the table. Tell me about the prophecy. Another pause, longer this time. Whatever Dumbledore had expected from this meeting, Harry could see him rebuilding it in real time, reassessing, which was itself useful information. The old man was adaptable. But he was also, Harry had already decided, someone who operated with a plan and did not entirely appreciate when the plan walked in under its own terms and sat down. The prophecy, Dumbledore said, is something I had hoped to discuss at a more appropriate time. I'm 7, Harry said. I understand large and complex ideas. If you tell me something I can't process yet, I'll tell you. He paused. But I'd rather know. What followed was an hour that none of them quite expected. Dumbledore told them, with the careful parcelling of a man who was being honest while still exercising judgment about which truths to offer in which order. The prophecy, 2 boys, one who could not live while the other survived, the Dark Lord marking his equal. Voldemort's first fall. The killing curse rebounding. The scar. The significance. Harry listened without interrupting, which was the most disciplined thing about him. He asked 3 questions at the end, each one precise and pointed, and each one landed in a slightly different place than Dumbledore had been bracing for. So the prophecy says I have a power he doesn't know, Harry said. Do you know what it is? I have a theory. What is it? Dumbledore smiled. Love. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection. Love is a chemical and neurological process, Harry said. I believe it's real and powerful. But as a tactical asset against a skilled dark wizard, it needs to be more specific than that. He looked at Dumbledore. What did her sacrifice actually do, mechanically? What did it trigger? What are the properties of the protection it created? Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. I confess, he said, I have not thought about it in precisely those terms. Then we should, Harry said. Shouldn't we? Afterwards, on the pavement outside, while Alfred went to get the car, Dumbledore crouched to Harry's eye level. He was very tall, the crouching was effortful, it was clearly something he'd decided to do deliberately, and said, You are going to surprise a great many people, Harry. I know, Harry said, without particular vanity. But I'd rather be effective than surprising. He adjusted his glasses. Will you come to the manor? There are things I'd like to show you. And things I'd like to ask about that I couldn't ask here. Dumbledore studied him. What kinds of things? My magic. Harry glanced down at his own hands. It does things I don't plan. I want to understand the mechanism. And I want to start training it properly, not just waiting to see what happens. He looked back up. You know someone who can help with that? I know several people, Dumbledore said. Though I suspect they will find you rather more demanding than they are accustomed to. That's fine, Harry said. I'm demanding because I take it seriously. Dumbledore stood. He looked at Bruce, who had been standing at a slight distance giving the conversation space. Another calibration, Harry noted. Bruce read people and adjusted. He could make himself peripheral when it was useful. Mr. Wayne, he said. I underestimated what I would find today. I apologize for that. You planned the meeting around a boy in a cupboard, Bruce said. Reasonable assumption. Wrong one. He looked at Harry. He's been doing this for 3 years. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were on Harry, still with that grief and wonder mix behind the warmth. I imagine he has. The car came. They got in. Harry sat in the back with a small notebook and wrote down 6 items from the meeting while the information was fresh, not because he'd forget but because writing solidified things, gave them shape. Bruce read his own notes in the front. Alfred drove. After 10 minutes, Harry looked up. He's keeping something back. I know, Bruce said. The prophecy. He told us the substance but he's not told us the full text. He said the Department of Mysteries holds the record. Harry looked at his notebook. And he deflected on the financial question. Bruce turned around. What financial question? I asked about Gringotts. The Wizarding Bank. When I mentioned it, he paused for the same duration he paused on the prophecy question, which means it's also sensitive territory. Harry looked at the notebook. The vault withdrawals from the Moroni case file. The shell company money. Some of it moved through a bank in Liechtenstein that I now think is a front for Gringotts transactions in the Muggle financial system. Bruce turned fully in his seat. Say that again. The Triton Network, Harry said. The money wasn't just moving through Muggle banking. Someone was converting magical wealth into Muggle currency and using it to fund Muggle criminal operations. Moroni's organization got weapons, the ones from Marseille's, the untraceable ones. Those weapons were magically enhanced. Someone is selling magical services to Muggle criminals. He met Bruce's eyes. And someone in the magical world is either facilitating it or covering it up. Alfred, from the driver's seat, said nothing. But his knuckles on the wheel were slightly less relaxed than usual. Voldemort's been dormant, Harry said. But not inactive. If he's rebuilding resources through Muggle criminal networks, he can operate without being visible to the magical government. They're only looking at their own world. He looked at Bruce. But you've been mapping the Muggle end for 3 years. We've been mapping it, Bruce said. Harry met his gaze. We need to put both maps together. There was a silence in the car, the kind that meant something was being absorbed. Outside, London moved past in its usual grey and particular beauty. Harry looked out the window and watched the city and thought about maps, magical and Muggle, overlapping, and all the places they connected where nobody was looking. One more thing, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore said I'd be going to Hogwarts. That I'd receive my letter. He turned back to Bruce. I want to go. I know. But I want to go as myself. Not as the boy who lived. Not as the prophecy. Me. He was looking at Bruce with the specific look that meant he had thought about this carefully and was saying exactly what he meant and required exactly what he asked for. Can we make that happen? Bruce looked at him for a moment. No one will know what to do with you, he said. I know, Harry said. That's the point. Back at the manor, that evening, Harry was back on the floor of the library with the case files, properly sanctioned now. The cabinet lock had been replaced and he had a key, spread around him in a configuration that made sense to him if not to anyone observing, cross-referencing financial records with the notes he'd taken from the Dumbledore meeting and a hand-drawn map of Gringotts branch connections he'd been building from publicly available records for 6 weeks. Alfred came in at 9 with hot chocolate. Harry drank tea in the mornings and hot chocolate in the evenings, a system he had established unilaterally and maintained with great consistency, and stepped carefully between the papers. How did today go, in your estimation? Alfred said. Harry looked up. Dumbledore is brilliant. And careful. And he's been managing this situation like a chess game for decades. He took the mug. But he wasn't prepared for someone who'd already done their homework. No, Alfred said. He wasn't. He thinks I'm a weapon, Harry said, not with anger, just with the clarity of someone naming a thing. Something to be pointed at Voldemort at the right moment. He's been planning for that since my parents died. That's why the letters. That's why Privet Drive, He wanted me kept out of the magical world until he was ready for me to enter it on his terms. Alfred sat in the armchair that had become his armchair in the library, the way things in the manor had gradually and without ceremony assigned themselves. "And what do you think about that?" Harry was quiet for a moment. He turned the hot chocolate mug in his hands. "I think he loves me," he said, with a precision that was almost startling. "Or as close to it as you can love someone who represents a problem you've been trying to solve for 10 years. I think he genuinely wants me to survive." He paused. "But I think he's wrong about what survival looks like." Alfred looked at him. "Being a weapon means being used," Harry said. "Being a detective means you understand the case well enough to choose when and how to act." He looked at Alfred with those very green eyes, steady and certain. "I'm not going to Hogwarts to be the boy the prophecy made. I'm going to understand the whole board." He looked back at his papers. "And then I'm going to solve it." Alfred looked at the 7-year-old on the floor of the library, surrounded by case files, holding a mug of hot chocolate, speaking about prophecies and criminal networks with the calm assurance of someone who had already decided how this would go and was simply in the process of executing. "You know," he said, "you have your father's talent for landing upright." Harry looked up. "You knew my father?" Alfred smiled. "No. But Bruce has sources, and I read his files too." He stood. "Don't stay up past 10. The new exercise set starts at 6. Harry was already looking back at his papers. "I know. I set the alarm." "Of course you did." Alfred paused in the doorway. "Harry." "Yes." "For what it's worth," Alfred said, "you are not a weapon. You have never been a weapon. And anyone who looks at you and sees one has, frankly, made a very foolish error in observation." Harry looked at him for a moment, and something moved behind the green eyes, warm and brief and genuine, the kind of feeling he still kept close rather than displaying. "Thank you, Alfred," he said. "Good night," Alfred said, and left him to his maps. The fire burned low, and Harry worked, and the manor settled around him into its night quiet, and somewhere outside Gotham breathed its complicated, dangerous, luminous breath, and the two worlds turned. Chapter 3, Platform 9 3/4 has a security problem. The Hogwarts Express left at 11 o'clock on the 1st of September, which meant they arrived at King's Cross at 10:15, which meant Harry had 45 minutes to assess, catalogue, and form preliminary opinions about an entirely new environment before he had to do anything about it. He stood at the entrance to platforms 9 and 10 with a trolley carrying a trunk, a cage with a snowy owl he'd named Athena after spending 3 days considering alternatives, and a calm that Alfred had described, when packing the car that morning, as the specific equanimity of someone about to walk into a fire they'd been studying for several years. Bruce stood beside him, hands in his jacket pockets, watching the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 with the expression he wore when he was memorizing a space. Alfred was on Harry's other side, straight-backed, carrying a paper bag with sandwiches for the journey because he did not trust railway food and had said so several times. "The families going through the barrier," Harry said, "are clustering near the column. The ones who've done it before go straight through without slowing. First-timers look at the column, then look around to see if anyone's watching, then go." He watched a red-haired family push through with a trolley loaded impractically high. "The red-haired family has been here before. 5 children at minimum, probably more." "Observation," Bruce said. "Conclusion. Large family, probably not wealthy based on the trunk quality and the worn edges on the older trunks. But comfortable with the magical world. The mother's wand is in her sleeve, which means it's habitual." Harry looked sideways at him. "She keeps touching it the way people touch something they've carried for 30 years. Good." Bruce looked at the barrier. "Go through whenever you're ready." Harry looked at the barrier. He'd read about it. He understood the mechanism, a magical boundary maintained by ambient enchantment, key to allow magical individuals or those accompanied by magical individuals to pass. He understood it intellectually. He walked at it anyway with the same pace he'd have used approaching any door, because hesitating at thresholds was something he'd decided not to do. The barrier passed over him like a cool breath, and platform 9 3/4 opened out in front of him. The Hogwarts Express was a very red train. Harry noted this, then noted the crowd, hundreds of students, families, owls in various states of distress, a cat that appeared to have opinions about its carrier, 2 students having an argument by the second carriage, a prefect badge catching the light near the front. The smell was coal smoke and pastry, and the particular electrical smell that Harry had learned to associate with ambient magic in concentrated spaces. He also noted, immediately, 3 people watching him. Not idly, with the specific quality of attention that meant recognition. 2 were students, already on the platform, probably second or third years based on their ease with the environment. 1 was an adult in ministry robes near the far end of the platform, pretending to read a clipboard. All 3 of them had seen Harry come through the barrier and adjusted their focus. He filed this, pushed his trolley forward, and found a carriage near the middle of the train. He loaded his trunk into the overhead rack. He'd been doing pull-ups and rope climbs for 2 years and the weight was not a problem, settled Athena's cage on the seat beside him, and sat down. Bruce appeared in the carriage doorway, Alfred just behind. The ministry observer at the far end, Harry said, without looking up from Athena, whom he was unlatching for transit comfort. I saw him, Bruce said. He knows who I am. So do the 2 third years near the bookstall. Harry looked up. Word's already out that I'm here. Someone in Dumbledore's circle told someone else. Probably couldn't be helped, Bruce said. No. But it means the first week will be assessments. Everyone will be measuring. Harry looked at him. That's fine. I don't mind being measured. I mind being surprised. Bruce looked at him for a moment with the expression he used when Harry had done something that satisfied some internal calibration point. It wasn't warm, exactly, because warmth wasn't Bruce's primary register, but it was something adjacent to it. You won't be surprised, he said. Alfred stepped into the carriage, placed the sandwich bag in the overhead beside the trunk, and said, there are 2 chicken and 1 cheese and pickle. The cheese and pickle is mine. I mention this for clarity. Harry almost smiled. Got it. Bruce looked at Harry with the directness that was his version of sentimentality. You know how to reach me. The mirror is in the front pocket of the trunk, charmed for 2-way contact. Dumbledore's charm worker owed me a favor. The emergency contact protocol is the same as always. I know. If anything happens that requires, Bruce. Harry looked at him. I've been preparing for this since I was 4. I'll be fine. A beat. I know you will, Bruce said, which was, from him, essentially a declaration. He and Alfred left. Harry watched them go through the window, Bruce tall and contained on the platform, Alfred beside him, both of them disappearing back through the barrier with the unhurried certainty of people who had somewhere to be. Harry watched the space where they'd been for a moment. Then he turned back to Athena and told her she had done very well on the drive and that he'd brought dried mice because she deserved them, and the owl made a sound of qualified approval. The compartment door slid open and a girl appeared, bushy brown hair, large front teeth, a look of focused determination that immediately reminded Harry of himself when he was solving something. She had a book tucked under one arm and a cat under the other and was wearing new robes that still had the shop fold lines in them. She looked at Harry, then at the empty seats, then at Harry again. Is anyone sitting here? She said. No, Harry said. She came in with the efficiency of someone who had made a decision and was executing it. She settled the cat, a flat-faced orange creature that had the expression of something that had seen everything and remained unimpressed, on the seat across from Harry, stowed a modest trunk overhead with some difficulty that she resolved through method rather than help, and sat down. She opened her book. She closed her book. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, as though she'd been trying not to and had lost. Harry Potter. She looked at him. I know. I mean, I recognized you. The scar. She seemed to consider whether this was rude. I've read about you. In several books, actually. Though the accounts differ significantly and I suspect most of them are unreliable. Harry looked at her with something approaching interest. Which ones did you read? The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, and A History of Hogwarts. The first two treat you as a symbol rather than a person, which is intellectually dishonest. The third doesn't mention you at all, which suggests either editorial discipline or the author finished it before your parents died. She said all of this very quickly, the way people spoke when they'd been waiting for a conversation for a while. Do you find it strange? Being written about in books while you're still alive? Harry considered this genuinely. I haven't read them. But I assume they're missing quite a lot. Hermione looked at him with an expression that recalibrated. You haven't read them? I read things that are useful. The accounts of my parents' death are based on second-hand information from people who weren't there and filtered through a community still processing trauma. The signal-to-noise ratio is too low. He looked at her. Did you learn anything actually useful from them? She opened her mouth, closed it, looked at the page she'd been on, and said, the chapter on Horcruxes in Rise and Fall was interesting. But it was heavily redacted. She paused. What's a signal-to-noise ratio? Harry explained. Hermione listened with the exact quality of attention he'd identified in Bruce, the slight lean forward, the stillness that meant active processing rather than passive reception. She asked two questions. They were good questions. You're not from a magical family, Harry said. No. Muggle-born. My parents are dentists. She said this with a slight defensive lift of her chin that suggested she'd already encountered people who used the information badly. That's probably an advantage, Harry said. You're not carrying anyone else's assumptions. The chin came down slightly. That's not how most people see it. Most people are working with incomplete information. She looked at him for a long moment. You're not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? Someone more, she searched for the word. Heroic. The books make it sound like you're practically mythological. I'm 11, Harry said. Mythology is premature. She laughed. It was sudden and genuine and transformed her face entirely. The cat, apparently disturbed, made a sound of irritation and resettled. What's your cat's name? Harry said. Crookshanks. He's half Kneazle. Harry looked at Crookshanks with professional respect. That explains the observational quality. Kneazles have exceptional threat assessment instincts. He reached over slowly and let the cat smell his hand. Crookshanks considered this for a moment, then seemed to decide Harry was acceptable, which Hermione appeared to find significant. He doesn't usually do that, she said. I've been working on projection, Harry said. Calm intention. It helps with animals. He paused. And people. Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone who had made a decision about a person and then been immediately confronted with evidence that the decision needed to be more complex. I think, she said slowly, this is going to be a very interesting year. The rest of the train ride was punctuated by two other visitors. A boy with red hair, the youngest of the large family Harry had observed at the barrier, appeared looking for a seat, which Harry provided, and introduced himself as Ron Weasley with the particular combination of earnest confidence and residual anxiety of a sixth child who had worked out how to be likable before he'd worked out how to be confident. He had a chess set and offered Harry a game approximately 30 seconds after sitting down. Harry played chess with the methodical patience of someone who had been taught by Alfred, which meant he lost the first game deliberately to understand Ron's strategy, won the second, and offered a draw on the third when it became clear Ron was genuinely talented and would find a hollow win insulting. Ron looked at him oddly at the draw offer. Most people either win or lose, Ron said. Most people aren't trying to get information, Harry said, which was honest if slightly alarming, and Ron laughed with enough genuine surprise that it diffused the honesty before it became strange. The second visitor was less welcome. A pale blonde boy arrived with two larger companions and an expression of entitlement so thoroughgoing it had clearly become structural, not a mood but an architecture. He looked at Harry with the specific intensity of someone who had been told, repeatedly, that a particular moment mattered and had spent time preparing for it. "Harry Potter," he said. Harry looked at him. "Yes. Draco Malfoy." He said it as though it meant something, which it did. Harry had read the name in 3 different contexts in the financial records connected to the Maroney case, connected to a family vault at Gringotts with unusual transaction patterns. He kept his expression neutral. "I know the name," Harry said. Something moved in Malfoy's face. He'd expected a different response, recognition of status, or ignorance of it, either of which he'd have known how to handle. Harry's version, which was acknowledgement without deference, was clearly a third option he hadn't prepared for. "I could show you around," Malfoy said. "Help you navigate the right sort of people." "I've done my reading," Harry said pleasantly. "I think I can manage." A pause. The 2 larger boys shifted. Malfoy's eyes went to Ron and then back to Harry, and his expression went through an adjustment that Harry recognized, the recalculation of someone deciding whether to push. "The Weasleys," he said, with the careful airlessness of practiced condescension, "aren't really, Malfoy," Harry said, in a tone that was completely conversational and entirely final. "I appreciate the social orientation, genuinely. But I pick my company based on things I find interesting, not on hierarchy I inherited from someone else's decisions." He met Malfoy's eyes. "If you have something interesting to say, I'd like to hear it. Otherwise I think we're done here." The silence that followed was not uncomfortable, because Harry didn't let it be. He turned back to the chess board with the ease of someone who had finished a conversation and was moving on, and after a moment Malfoy left, the compartment door sliding shut behind him with more force than was strictly necessary. Ron was staring. He's not a bad person," Harry said, examining the chessboard. "He's just been given very bad models." He moved a pawn. "Your move." Hogwarts appeared at the end of the lake crossing with the unapologetic drama of something that had been impressing people for 1,000 years and knew it. Harry sat in the bow of the boat and looked at the lit windows climbing the hillside and the towers against the dark sky and thought about everything he'd read and everything he hadn't and felt, for the first time that day, the particular sharpening that came when a long preparation met its actual moment. The castle was alive. Not metaphorically, magically, genuinely. The stones carried centuries of accumulated enchantment and the air near the gates had the same electrical quality as a transformer substation, a layered, deep register hum that wasn't sound but was experienced as sound. Harry felt it the way he felt temperature or texture, through his skin and somehow also through something that wasn't his skin. He walked into the entrance hall and let it move through him and noted everything. The sorting was what it was, an old hat on a stool, a ceremony conducted by a school that had been conducting it for 1,000 years and had understandably become comfortable with its own drama. Harry sat on the stool and the hat descended over his eyes and went quiet for a moment before a voice unfolded inside his mind. "Interesting," it said, and there was something almost startled in it, which Harry found reassuring because a hat that was easily impressed would be less useful than one that had to work. "I was told this was a difficult process," Harry said, inside his own head. "For most students. You, Mr. Potter, are presenting me with a genuine puzzle." The hat moved through his mind with the intimacy of something that had done this thousands of times. "Courage, yes. Quite a lot of it, though you carry it very quietly. Loyalty, to specific people, earned individually. Ambition," it paused. "Not for status. For answers. For capability. That's unusual." "Which house?" Harry said. "You could go anywhere," the hat said, "but you already know where, don't you?" Harry thought about Bruce's study and the whiteboard and cold case files spread on a library floor. He thought about a question that had no answer yet and the specific pleasure of finding the path toward one. "Yes," he said. "Ravenclaw," the hat shouted. The table on the far left erupted. Harry walked toward it and sat down, and there was a great deal of noise around him, and he looked at the ceiling, which was the sky, which was dark and scattered with stars, which was extraordinary, and thought, right. Good. Let's begin. It took 3 days. 3 days of orientation, of learning the castle's geography, which was more complex than any map suggested because 17 of the staircases moved and 4 of the doors were not doors, of assembling a preliminary understanding of the academic landscape. The teachers were uniformly interesting in different registers, McGonagall precise and demanding and secretly delighted by competence, Flitwick enthusiastic and technically brilliant, Snape operating from behind a wall of cultivated coldness that Harry read as grief doing the work that anger was better suited for, which made him less frightening and more comprehensible. He worked quickly. He was not trying to outpace the class, he was trying to understand the foundation mechanics of wand magic, which operated on principles he'd been reading about in theory for 2 years and was now experiencing for the first time in practice. The wand was 10 inches, holly, with a phoenix feather core, and it conducted his magic the way a properly calibrated instrument conducted a signal, cleanly, with amplification where amplification was warranted. The first time he successfully levitated the feather in Flitwick's class, what he felt was not pride. It was the specific satisfaction of confirming a theoretical model with experimental evidence. He found Hermione at his shoulder almost immediately. She'd done it 3 seconds before him. "Your wrist movement," she said, not unkindly. "The upward swish needs to be fully completed before you begin the verbal, I know. I was holding back on the verbal to test whether the somatic alone was sufficient." He looked at the feather. It almost was. "Another week of practice and I think I can do most first-year charms non-verbally." Hermione stared at him. "The curriculum doesn't cover non-verbal casting until 6th year." "I know." He turned to her. "Does that mean I shouldn't try it now?" She opened her mouth, closed it, and then said, with the expression of someone choosing sides in a conflict they hadn't been prepared for, "No. I suppose it doesn't." She paused. "Can I try?" "Of course," Harry said, and meant it. The body was found on the morning of the 4th day. Harry knew before the announcement. He was in the corridor outside the library at 6:45 in the morning. He was a consistent early riser, always had been, when he heard running footsteps from the direction of the dungeon stairs, then a voice, then the specific register of adult alarm that was different from adult concern. He walked toward it, not running because running with no information was just energy expenditure, and found the source at the junction of the corridor and the stairwell that led to the lower dungeons. A Hufflepuff prefect named Cedric Diggory was standing very still outside a door that had been forced open, and he was looking at something inside with an expression that meant he'd already sent someone for help and was holding his ground because he'd decided that was the right thing to do even though every instinct was telling him not to be there. Harry looked through the doorway. The room beyond was a storage room, shelving, cleaning supplies, caretaking equipment. On the floor, between 2 sets of shelves, was a man he didn't recognize. Robes. Adult, older, heavy-set. Not a ghost, solid, present, wrong. "Did you touch anything?" Harry said. Diggory looked at him. "What, no. I heard a sound, the door was open. When you pushed it further open, which side did you push on? The hinged side or the handle side?" Diggory blinked. "The handle side." "Why?" Harry crouched at the threshold without entering. He was looking at the floor, the dust pattern, the angle of disturbance, the position of the body relative to the shelving, the door frame, and the single clear footprint in a patch of grime near the far wall that was not the victim's because the victim's shoes were rubber-soled and the footprint was leather. He was doing all of this very quickly, not because he was rushing but because his eyes had been trained to this kind of thing for 4 years. "Go back the way you came," Harry said to Diggory, "and don't let anyone else in here until a teacher arrives. Don't let them enter. The floor is a record and it needs to stay intact." Diggory stared at him. "You're a first year." "Yes." Harry straightened. "I'm also right. Will you do it?" Something in Diggory's expression settled, He was the kind of person who responded to calm confidence the way a compass responded to north. "Yes," he said. "Okay." Harry turned and walked quickly to the nearest staircase, going up and moving through his mental map of the castle to the headmaster's office, which he'd located on day 2 through the simple method of following McGonagall one evening when she appeared to be going somewhere with purpose. He found the stone gargoyle and stated the password. He'd found the current one in a note tucked inside a staff copy of the week's schedule that had been left briefly unattended in the staff room when he'd walked past the open door, and rode the spiral staircase up. McGonagall was already in Dumbledore's office, which meant someone else had found a way to alert him. Harry noticed this but didn't adjust. He knocked and entered when told. Dumbledore looked at him with the specific quality of someone who was not entirely surprised to see him here. "There's a body in storage room 7B on the lower dungeon level," Harry said. "An adult male, unknown to me, probably 40 to 55, in school robes that aren't quite right. The cut is outdated by approximately 10 years, which either means he's old stock or not actually a Hogwarts staff member. There's one leather-soled footprint on the far wall that doesn't belong to the victim, which means at minimum one other person was present at time of death. The door was forced from the outside with the latch point impact on the inner face." He paused. "I've asked Prefect Diggory to preserve the scene." McGonagall was staring at him. Dumbledore was watching him with those careful blue eyes. "Thank you, Harry," he said, in a tone that was measured and layered and had several conversations inside it. "There are 2 more things," Harry said. "The dust distribution on the lower shelf to the left of the door indicates something was removed recently, within 48 hours, based on the oxidization pattern at the dust boundary. The shelving is for caretaking supplies. Whatever was stored there has been taken." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "And the victim's right hand has a ring. A specific ring. I've seen the design in a case file relating to an organization connected to Gotham and to what I believe is a dark wizard support network operating in the Muggle financial system." The silence that followed was very complete. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said, "you should sit down." "I'm fine standing," Harry said. "But I'd like to know what was stored on that shelf." Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a look. McGonagall had the expression of someone whose structural understanding of a situation was being rapidly revised. "That corridor," Dumbledore said slowly, "is adjacent to a secure storage area." "Secure how?" "Enchanted against entry." "Someone entered it," Harry said. "The footprint is fresh. Whatever they took, they planned to take." He looked at Dumbledore. "What's on the floor below the storage room?" Another pause, and Dumbledore was deciding. Harry could see it, the same recalibration he'd done in the coffee shop in Bloomsbury, the same adjustment of a plan to account for a person who'd walked in ahead of schedule. "The 3rd floor corridor," Dumbledore said, "is restricted." "I know. You mentioned it in the opening address." "Painful death," was the phrase. Harry looked at him steadily. "That's not a deterrent, Professor. That's a location." McGonagall made a sound that was either suppressed laughter or suppressed alarm. "I'm not going to go charging in there without information," Harry said, "to be clear. But I am going to tell Bruce about this today. And I'd like to know whether the body downstairs and the ring on his hand are connected to what's on the 3rd floor." He paused. "Because if there's a dark wizard network with a Gotham financial connection operating inside Hogwarts, that's not a school problem. That's a much larger problem." Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. The morning light was coming through the office windows, the moving portraits were murmuring, Fawkes the Phoenix was watching from his perch with eyes that caught the light in a way that reminded Harry of the scanned files for magically enhanced materials he'd been reading for 2 years. "You," Dumbledore said, with something in his voice that was equal parts admiration and the specific helplessness of a chess player whose opponent has moved something unexpected, "are going to be very difficult to manage." "Good," Harry said. "I'm not interested in being managed." He turned toward the door, then paused. "I'll need a pass for the restricted section of the library. I have reading to do." He left without waiting for an answer and found the pass on his dormitory pillow that evening, signed in Dumbledore's green ink. He'd expected it to take longer. He filed this as information about Dumbledore. Hermione was waiting in the common room when he got back from dinner, with a parchment covered in notes and the expression of someone who had been given information they were still working through. "The body," she said, low. "Diggory told Smith, who told Chong, who told me. You found it. And then you went to Dumbledore." Harry sat down across from her. "Yes." "Who was he?" "I don't know yet." Harry looked at the fire. "But I know what he was part of." Hermione watched him. "You're investigating." "Yes." "Can I help?" He looked at her. She was sitting very straight, book on her knee, the look of someone who had decided to ask a direct question and was bracing for a direct answer because she had the sense it could go either way. He thought about what she'd done in Flitwick's class, the precision, the independent initiative, the complete absence of a tendency to wait for someone else to define the problem. "Yes," he said. "You can." She nodded once, opened her notebook to a fresh page, and said, "Tell me what you know and I'll tell you what I found in the library this afternoon." Harry blinked. "You were already researching?" "I saw the footprint conversation with Diggory from the end of the corridor," she said, with a faint smile that was somewhere between satisfied and self-deprecating. "I know a case beginning when I see one." He looked at her with something warm and surprised. "Hermione Granger," he said, "you are genuinely useful." She rolled her eyes, but the smile stayed. "Obviously," she said. "Now talk." Outside, Hogwarts settled into its ancient night, the lake dark and the mountains darker, and somewhere on the third-floor corridor behind a locked door something sat waiting, and somewhere in Gotham a network was moving money, and at a small table by a Ravenclaw common room fire 2 11-year-olds bent their heads over a fresh page and began. Chapter 4, The Philosopher's Stone and the Money Trail. The restricted section of the Hogwarts library smelled like old decisions. Harry had been in it 4 times in the 6 weeks since getting the pass, and each time the smell hit him the same way, old parchment and something underneath it, something that had no Muggle equivalent but registered in the same part of the brain that processed ozone before lightning. The books here were different from the ones in the main library, not just in content but in character. Some of them moved. Some of them had locked themselves shut. One of them, on his second visit, had whispered something in Latin that Hermione, when he described it, had gone very pale over and told him firmly not to touch again. He'd touched it again. The Latin was a binding oath, not a curse, the distinction mattered. He'd worked out the first 3 lines before the book closed itself. He was on his 5th visit now, at 6:30 in the morning, with the library entirely empty except for Madame Pance's cat, who had developed the habit of sitting on the table near Harry with an expression of professional tolerance. Harry had 3 books open and a roll of parchment beside him covered in a dense, small notation system he'd developed himself over 2 years because standard note-taking didn't accommodate the kind of lateral connection mapping he needed. The connection he was currently mapping looked like this: Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, operated internationally through a network of subsidiary vaults with access points in 7 countries. The subsidiary access points used financial instruments that, when converted to Muggle currency, entered the standard banking system through a series of intermediary accounts. 3 of those intermediary accounts had routing codes that matched a sequence Harry had identified in the Moroni files. 2 of the accounts were registered to a holding company with a Yorkshire address. The Yorkshire address matched the warehouse near Privet Drive. Vernon Dursley had been a transit point. Not for Muggle goods. For converted magical wealth moving into criminal networks. The money eventually purchased things, weapons, primarily. Materials with unusual properties. And, Harry had been establishing with growing certainty over the past 3 weeks, a series of payments to a procurement network that sourced rare alchemical components. Components used in, among other things, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. He sat back and looked at the ceiling for a moment. The Philosopher's Stone was at Hogwarts. He was reasonably certain of this. Dumbledore's non-answer about the 3rd-floor corridor had the specific texture of someone protecting a location rather than a secret, which meant the thing was physical and present. The dead man in the storage room, identified eventually as a Ministry of Magic employee in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, which Harry found interesting in itself, had a ring matching the Triton Network signifier. The Triton Network moved magical wealth into Muggle criminal infrastructure. And someone in the castle was feeding Voldemort information about the stone's location, because the alchemical procurement payments had spiked 6 months ago, which meant someone had been preparing for something. Harry wrote, Quirrell. He'd been watching Professor Quirrell since week 2. The defense against the dark arts teacher was frightened in a specific way that meant he was frightened of something present rather than theoretical. His fear was directional, subtle, and worst when he was facing north-northwest, which in the castle's orientation corresponded to the direction of the third-floor corridor. He also had a stammer that disappeared when he thought no one was listening and reappeared when he remembered the performance. And he smelled of garlic and something beneath the garlic that Harry couldn't categorize but recognized, in the way you recognized a sound that had appeared in a different context before. The turban was wrong. The proportions of the professor's head weren't consistent from a profile view versus a front view, which was such a small thing that it required deliberate attention to notice. Harry had noticed it on day 6. He rolled the parchment, tucked it inside his robe, and went back to the dormitory to get the mirror. The communication mirror lived in a lead-lined box inside the false bottom of his trunk, which he'd built himself during the summer because the protective enchantments around the castle could theoretically affect electronic signals. The mirror, charmed by a woman in Edinburgh that Alfred had located through the same retired intelligence contact who'd mentioned the ministry, operated on a magical frequency outside standard Hogwarts monitoring, or so the charm worker had claimed. Harry had tested this twice by saying things he'd then checked for staff reaction. He set the mirror on the desk, touched the surface with 2 fingers, and said, Alfred. 40 seconds. Then Alfred's face appeared in the mirror with the same expression he brought to all technological interfaces, respectful but not impressed. Good morning, Alfred said. It is 6:48, which means you have been awake since before 5. 5:15, Harry said. I need Bruce. He's in the cave. 1 moment. Alfred's face was replaced briefly by Ceiling, then by Bruce, who was at the computer in partial armor with the look of someone who had been working through the night and had not yet decided to stop. Talk, Bruce said. Harry talked. He did it in the compressed, connected way Bruce had taught him, no preamble, relevant facts in logical sequence, flagged uncertainties clearly distinguished from confirmed data. He laid out the Gringotts to Moroni connection, the Triton Network procurement payments, the alchemical components, the stone's probable presence, the dead ministry employee, and Quirrell. Bruce listened without interrupting, which meant he was taking it seriously. When Harry finished there was a pause that had the quality of rapid processing. The Liechtenstein account, Bruce said. The one with the routing prefix. I've traced 3 more payments through it since I got to school. The pattern accelerates in October. Something is being prepared for before the end of the school year. The stone. Bruce looked at something off-screen. If Voldemort accesses the stone, he gets a body and unlimited life. Yes. Harry looked at the mirror steadily. The Muggle criminal network gets what they've been paid for, continued access to magical weapon enhancement and probably direct dark wizard backing, which would restructure Gotham's criminal architecture significantly. A silence. I need to get into Gringotts, Bruce said. There's a vault, number 713, that was emptied by Dumbledore in July, just before term. Whatever was in it was moved here. That's almost certainly the stone. Harry paused. But there may be other vaults with relevant documentation. The financial architecture of the Triton Network had to be built by someone with sophisticated knowledge of both Muggle and magical financial systems. That's a narrow skill set. I've got 3 names, Bruce said. Muggle-side financial architects with unexplained income spikes in the right period. One of them has a son at Hogwarts. Harry went still. Name. Not yet. I need another week to confirm. Bruce looked directly at the mirror. Harry. The Quirrell situation, I'm not going to the 3rd floor yet, Harry said. Not without more information. I know what's down there. I've worked out the general protection scheme from context and from the papers that kept the stone secure before it was moved. It's a series of challenges. Each one designed by a different teacher. He paused. They're not designed to stop a determined adult with serious magical skill. They're designed to make the stone seem protected while Dumbledore waits to see who makes a move. Another silence, this one with a different quality. He's using the stone as bait. Yes. Harry met Bruce's eyes. He knows Voldemort is here. He's known all term. He set the trap and he's waiting. He paused. The problem is the trap ends with me in it. The prophecy says I'm the one who has to deal with Voldemort. Dumbledore is staging the board so that happens at a moment of his choosing. Not your choosing. Not my choosing. Harry looked at the window. The early morning light was just beginning. I'm not going to let him manage that. But I'm also not going to go down that corridor half prepared because someone's forcing the timeline. When I go ready. Bruce looked at him for a moment. What do you need from me? Keep mapping the financial network. I want to know who the Hogwarts contact is before the end of November. And I need everything you have on the Triton Network's endpoint deliverables, what exactly they were contracted to provide and to whom. He paused. The dead man's ring. Can you trace the network from that? Already working on it. The design is specific to a subchapter of the network operating in Eastern Europe. There's a pattern of activity in Romania and Bulgaria that Bruce stopped. Albania. What? Voldemort's been in Albania. There are sighting reports, ministry records, I got them through the Edinburgh contact. A forest near the Albanian coast. He's been there since his body was destroyed. Possessing things. Bruce looked at the mirror. Animals, mostly. Briefly, a person. The possession doesn't last. He needs a stable host and a method of rebuilding. The stone, Harry said. The stone. Bruce paused. Or a sufficiently willing host. Harry looked at the wall for a moment. Quirrell went to Albania last year, he said. On sabbatical. Everyone thought he was researching dark arts for the class. He felt the pieces lock. He came back different. The stammer. The turban. He's the host, Bruce said. He went looking and he found him. Harry looked back at the mirror. Quirrell walked into that forest thinking he'd be the one in control. He was wrong. Yes. Harry was quiet for a moment. He was. Bruce watched him through the mirror. You feel sorry for him. Understanding why someone made a mistake isn't the same as excusing it, Harry said. He's made the castle dangerous. Students could get hurt. Whatever Quirrell wanted going in, that's the situation he created. He rolled up the second parchment and set it on the desk. I need to deal with it. But I want to choose when. November end, Bruce said. I'll have the financial names by then. Good. Harry touched the mirror surface. One more thing. Yes. The turban. The physical disproportion from the profile view. If Voldemort is attached to the back of Quirrell's head, the turban is concealment. He paused. That means physical contact with Quirrell is contact with Voldemort. Which means there are rules about what that contact does. He looked at the mirror. My mother's protection. The one that rebounded the killing curse. It lives in my skin. In my blood. What happens if that contacts Voldemort directly? Bruce was still. You've been working on this. For 3 weeks. Harry looked at his hands. The protection theory Dumbledore described, it's a sacrificial enchantment, which is one of the oldest classes of magic. The properties are that it functions as a barrier to dark intent directed at the protected individual. But if you invert the application, instead of blocking dark magic coming in, you make contact with the source of dark magic, it burns outward, Bruce said. Theoretically. Harry paused. I need to test the theory before I trust it. How? I'm working on that. He sat back. Alfred, he said, raising his voice. Alfred's face appeared at the edge of the mirror's frame. He had clearly been listening. Yes. Sacrificial enchantment mechanics. The Edinburgh contact, would she know someone with specific expertise in that subfield? I'll ask, Alfred said. Though I'd point out that the woman is already somewhat alarmed by the pace and direction of your questions. Tell her I appreciate her time, Harry said. And that she should bill Bruce. Bruce's expression, for just a moment, shifted into something that was almost fond. He covered it by looking at the off-screen computer. End of November, he said. End of November, Harry confirmed. He touched the mirror and it went dark. He sat at the desk for a moment, in the early quiet of the dormitory, the other boys asleep in their curtained beds, the castle murmuring its low stone murmur around him. He looked at his hands again. They were the hands of an 11-year-old. He was aware of this. Then he put the mirror away and went to breakfast, because the case wouldn't move faster on an empty stomach. Hermione was already at the Ravenclaw table with 2 pieces of toast and a copy of Magical Theory open to the chapter on sympathetic enchantments, which was either coincidence or was not. She looked up when Harry sat down. You were up early, she said. I'm always up early. Earlier than usual. She turned a page. You have the expression you get when you've confirmed something. Harry poured himself tea. What expression is that? Still. Like you've stopped processing and started planning. She looked at him over the book. What did you confirm? He looked around the great hall. 6 other students within conversation range. Staff table not yet full. Quirrell not yet present. He turned back to Hermione and said, at normal conversational volume but with the content reduced to essentials, the defense teacher. He's not alone. Hermione's hands went very still on the book. I need you to find everything in the library about sacrifice-based protective enchantments, Harry said. Specifically the active properties of residual sacrificial magic on the protected individual. What it does to dark magic that contacts it directly. Hermione was looking at him with the expression she got when she understood more than he'd said, which was most of the time. How long do I have? 3 weeks. But sooner is better. She closed the book, opened it to her bookmark instead, and took a piece of toast with the decisiveness of someone who had already started. The restricted section will have better sources on this than the general stacks. I'll get you a pass, Harry said. She looked at him. Dumbledore already gave me one, she said, with a brief, slightly smug smile. I asked on day 3. Harry looked at her. You asked on day 3. I had a list of research topics that required it. I presented the list with annotations. She shrugged. He seemed amused. Harry felt a sudden, strong appreciation for her that was not yet friendship but was clearly about to become it. Of course he was, he said. The 3 weeks that followed were a kind of controlled intensity that Harry found, privately, better than almost anything else. He attended classes, because the material was genuinely interesting and because being seen to attend and engage reduced the likelihood that anyone would notice where he actually was when he wasn't in class. He advanced faster than the curriculum in every subject because the curriculum was designed for students starting from 0 and he wasn't starting from 0. Flitwick had already pulled him aside twice to discuss the nonverbal casting, which he'd cracked for the first 4 charms by week 6, and each time Flitwick had the expression of a man who had found something he hadn't been looking for and didn't want to discourage by making too much of it. He also spent a good deal of time watching Quirrell. Not obviously. Bruce had spent considerable time in Harry's early years explaining the difference between observation and surveillance. Observation was passive, you noted what presented itself, you didn't direct the subject's behavior. Surveillance was active, you controlled the context of information gathering and you were careful not to be burned. Harry did surveillance on Quirrell with the patience of someone who had been trained by a man who had once spent 11 nights in a Gotham warehouse watching a single shipping container to confirm the contents. What he learned, Quirrell was genuinely frightened. The entity on the back of his head was dominant but not absolute. There were moments, brief and involuntary, when Quirrell surfaced and the specific quality of his terror was visible. Harry felt something for those moments that he kept separate from the analysis, because the analysis required clarity and the feeling required acknowledgement, and he'd learned that you could do both simultaneously as long as you didn't let them mix. He also learned, the entity could feel Harry's presence. In the first week, it had been subtle, Quirrell turning slightly when Harry entered a room, the displacement of the turban-covered head. By week 3 it was less subtle. Whatever remained of Voldemort in Quirrell's borrowed body was aware of the boy with the lightning scar and was not comfortable about it. Harry filed this as a tactical advantage. By mid-November, Hermione had the sacrificial enchantment research complete, 3 rolls of parchment cross-referenced and annotated in her precise handwriting. They sat in a corner of the Ravenclaw common room on a Wednesday evening while the fire burned and the other students studied or argued about Quidditch, and Harry read through her notes with the focus he usually reserved for case files. "The active property is what you thought," she said, sitting cross-legged beside him with her own copy. "When a sacrifice-based protective enchantment is present in the skin and blood of the protected individual, direct physical contact between that individual and the original source of the dark magic that triggered the protection creates a retroactive reaction. The protection essentially recognizes the threat and burns. How does it burn? For the protected individual, probably nothing. For the source of the dark magic," she looked at her notes. "The text describes dissolution. Specifically of bodies that are not fully anchored. Borrowed bodies, temporary vessels, things that aren't properly fixed in physical reality." She looked at him. "Harry. Quirrell. I know. If you touch Quirrell, actually touch him, skin to skin, it should affect Voldemort's presence in him. Potentially severely." He looked at her. "The question is what it does to Quirrell." She was quiet for a moment. "I don't know," she said, honestly. "The texts don't cover that." "No," Harry said. He looked at the fire. "Because in the theoretical models, the host is never a specific person." Hermione looked at him with the expression she sometimes got when she'd clocked that he was carrying something and was waiting to see if he'd put it down. "You're thinking about him. Not just as an obstacle." "He was a person before this happened to him," Harry said. "That doesn't mean I'll hesitate if it comes to it. It means I'll remember it after." He turned the parchment. "What else?" She had, as she consistently did, 3 more relevant things and had organized them in order of relevance without being asked. Harry worked through them methodically, asking questions, and she answered them with the directness that he'd come to rely on. She didn't soften information to make it easier to hear, which meant he could trust it. By the time he went to bed that night, the theory was solid. The mechanism was understood. What remained was the execution. The name from Bruce came at the end of November, as promised. Harry was crossing the courtyard in the thin winter light, hands in his robe pockets, when Athena arrived overhead with a small scroll tied to her leg. She landed on his shoulder without being asked and allowed him to take the scroll in the way she allowed most things, as a favor rather than a transaction. He unrolled it. One name, in Bruce's handwriting. Below the name, confirmed Gringotts access. Shell Company in Yorkshire. Son in Slytherin. Harry looked at the name for a moment. Then he rolled up the scroll, put it in his pocket, and went to the Great Hall for lunch. Draco Malfoy was at the Slytherin table, talking to his 2 permanent companions with the idle authority of someone who had never needed to work for the room's attention. He looked up when Harry sat down across from him, not at the Slytherin table. Harry had simply pulled up a chair from the end of the bench and placed it opposite Malfoy with the straightforward intention of someone who had a conversation to have. The 2 companions bristled. Malfoy looked at Harry with the careful expression he developed since September, not hostile, but watchful, the specific watchfulness of someone who had been surprised by a person once and was not going to allow it again. "Potter," he said. "I need 5 minutes," Harry said. "Your friends can stay." Malfoy looked at him. The other Slytherins in the vicinity had gone quiet in a way that meant everyone was listening while pretending not to. Harry was aware of this and had decided it was acceptable. "Your father," Harry said, at a conversational volume that kept the content between them, "has accounts at Gringotts that connect to a shell company that has been moving funds through Muggle criminal networks. The network is ultimately connected to Voldemort's supporters." Malfoy's face went very still. "I'm not accusing you," Harry said. "I'm telling you because you're going to be asked about it eventually, and the question of who asks you matters significantly to how that conversation goes." He looked at Malfoy steadily. "I think you know some of this already. I think you've known something was happening with the family finances and you've been trained not to ask questions about it." He paused. "I'm asking you to think about which side of this you want to be standing on when it resolves." A long silence. The fire in the Great Hall's torches moved. Malfoy was doing something behind his grey eyes that Harry couldn't fully read. It was more complex than the boy usually allowed himself to be in public, which meant Harry had gotten somewhere real. "You don't know what you're talking about," Malfoy said. His voice was flat and careful. "I know the routing codes for 4 accounts," Harry said. "I know the amount and dates of the last 3 significant transfers. I know the name of the Yorkshire company and the redacted ministry investigator who was looking into it before he was reassigned." He kept his eyes on Malfoy. "I'm not your enemy, Malfoy. But I will follow this wherever it goes. I'm telling you first because I thought you deserved the warning." He stood, replaced the chair at the end of the bench, and went to the Ravenclaw table. Hermione looked at him when he sat. "What did you just do?" "Planted information," Harry said. "He'll tell his father. His father will try to close the financial trail. The attempt to close it will be visible and will give Bruce the confirmation points he needs to map the full network." He unfolded his napkin. "And if there's any part of Draco Malfoy that is not his father, I gave it something to work with." Hermione stared at him for a moment. "You just used a 12-year-old as a conduit to trap his own father." "I gave a 12-year-old information and let him make his own choice about what to do with it," Harry said. "Those are different things." She looked at him for a long moment, and he could see her working through the distinction, testing it. "Barely," she said. "Barely," he acknowledged. "But enough." 3 days later, Malfoy found Harry alone in the library. Harry was aware of him arriving from 2 aisles away, the quality of footsteps, the deliberate pace of someone who had decided to do something before they could change their mind. He kept reading until Malfoy stopped at the end of his table, and then looked up. Malfoy looked different. Smaller, somehow, not physically but in the specific way that happened when a person stopped performing and just stood there. "What you said," he said. "About choosing sides." "Yes. How do you know which side is going to win?" Harry looked at him. "You want a guarantee." "I want to know if it's worth." Malfoy stopped. "Start it again. There are things about my family I can't undo. Things I was part of by default." He looked at the table. "I wasn't asked." "I know," Harry said. "Most of the worst situations start that way." He paused. "Winning is complicated. I can't promise you clean. But I can promise you that when this resolves, the people who were making it worse are going to be visible, and the people who helped stop it are going to be visible too." He looked at Malfoy. "Which side of that visibility would you rather be on?" Malfoy looked at him for a long moment. Something in his face was doing the complicated work of someone deciding to trust a thing that had given them no specific reason not to, which was its own kind of courage. "My father has records," Malfoy said quietly. "In the library at the manor. I've seen documents in a specific cabinet. I didn't understand what they meant at the time." Harry kept his expression neutral. "What kind of cabinet?" "Locked." But the key is in a book on the third shelf of the east wall. The Complete Guide to Pureblood Genealogy, 3rd edition. There's a hollow in the spine. He said this with the flat efficiency of someone delivering information they'd been carrying too long. I don't know exactly what's in the cabinet. But if your routing codes are in those papers, you'd have everything. Harry looked at him for a moment. Why are you telling me this? Malfoy's jaw tightened. Because my father put me in this school to learn loyalty to the right people, he said. And I'm starting to think he has the wrong definition of right. Harry nodded. He turned to a fresh page in his notebook, wrote an address, and slid it across the table. When you go home for Christmas. This is a contact method that doesn't go through Hogwarts O'leary. If you get access to that cabinet, send me what you find through this. He paused. You don't have to. I know, Malfoy said. He picked up the paper, looked at it, and tucked it into his robe. Potter. He paused in the act of leaving. If this goes wrong, it's going to go somewhere complicated before it goes right, Harry said honestly. I won't promise you different. But I'll remember what you did. Malfoy left. Harry sat alone in the library aisle for a moment and looked at the table. The third-floor corridor. December had arrived, and with it a shift in the castle's quality, darker earlier, cold pressing at the windows, the grounds frosted by mornings. Harry had spent the month building, adding pieces, watching the pattern develop on his internal case board. And now the board had reached a state where he understood enough that going in half-prepared was no longer the risk. The risk now was waiting too long. He talked to Bruce the night before he decided to go. The mirror, Bruce said, from across the Atlantic, in the blue light of the cave. You take it with you. It won't transmit from below, too much stone and enchantment. Then you talk to me before and you talk to me after. Bruce looked at the mirror directly. I know you've got this. I'm not worried about your preparation. I'm saying I want to know when you go in and when you come out. Harry looked at him. Okay. The sacrificial enchantment contact theory. You tested it. I tested the principle against a dark enchanted object 2 weeks ago, one of the restricted section books that Hermione flagged. I made skin contact while pushing the protective element forward intentionally instead of passively. He paused. The book burned from the inside. I was completely fine. Bruce was quiet for a moment. You didn't mention that. I didn't want you to come over here and stop me from testing it. A beat. Fair, Bruce said, which was rare enough to register. Harry. The Quirrell situation. If the contact theory holds, touching Quirrell terminates Voldemort's possession of him. What happens to Quirrell after that, I don't know, Harry said. A host that's been fully possessed for a year, the damage may not be survivable. I don't know how much of him is left. He said it with the flatness that meant he'd already processed the feeling about it and separated it from the analysis. I'm not going down there planning to hurt Quirrell. But I'm going down there planning to stop Voldemort from getting the stone, whatever that requires. Bruce held his gaze. Understood. The network. Harry looked at the mirror. If I terminate Voldemort's current existence, not permanently, he survived the killing curse once and he may have other contingencies, but if his current vessel is destroyed, what happens to the Triton network? They lose their primary client. The magical weapon supply chain collapses. The financial architecture becomes visible because it loses the people maintaining the obscuring enchantments. Bruce looked at something off-screen. It won't destroy the network. But it'll expose enough of it that we can dismantle the rest. Good, Harry said. The Malfoy documents, Christmas, possibly. Brief me as soon as they arrive. I will. Bruce looked at the mirror. Go in the morning. Not tonight. You need sleep. Harry almost argued, then acknowledged the logic. Morning, he said. Harry. Bruce paused, which he rarely did. You're 11 years old and you're better prepared for this than most people twice your age. That's real. It's not flattery. I know, Harry said. Then, because it was true and Bruce had earned it, you prepared me. You prepared yourself, Bruce said. I just made sure you had what you needed. He looked at him through the mirror. Come out of there. I will, Harry said. Good night. He slept deeply and without dreams and woke before the alarm. The third-floor corridor was unlocked, which meant Dumbledore had unlocked it, which meant Dumbledore knew, which was interesting information filed under ongoing and set aside. Harry went through the trapdoor, the dog with 3 heads that was asleep because someone had already played music, a small harp, enchanted, running down in the way enchanted things ran down, which meant someone had come through perhaps an hour ahead of him. Harry lowered himself through the trapdoor without hesitation, into the dark below. He worked through the chambers with a methodical efficiency that left no room for panic because he didn't allocate space to panic. The devil's snare was Flora responding to darkness and anxiety. He conjured fire, not with his wand but with the wandless extension he'd been developing for 6 weeks, a small persistent flame in the palm of his left hand that burned clean and steady, and the plant recoiled immediately. He moved through. The winged keys were chaos in a bottle, hundreds of enchanted keys, one that fit the door, the others designed to make the right one difficult to find. He stood in the middle of the room and watched them move for 30 seconds. The right key would show where on the wing where it had been used. He found it in 12 seconds, summoned it without a broom because a summoning charm at 40 feet was within his range, and opened the door. The chessboard was massive and catastrophic and entirely unnecessary for him because the chessboard had a specific mechanical logic that Bruce had made him learn at age 5 and that Alfred had refined at age 6 and that he had subsequently applied to every problem that had a sequential decision structure. He stood at the edge and traced the solution in 40 seconds and moved through without losing a single piece. A knocked-out troll in the next chamber. He stepped over it. Snape's potion puzzle was a logic problem with fire walls, 7 bottles, a riddle inscribed on parchment. He read it once, identified the 3-part logical structure, solved it, drank the smallest bottle on the left, forward, not backward, because he'd read the riddle with the understanding that it was designed by someone who expected the solver to want to go forward, which meant the danger went forward and the path went forward too. He walked through the black fire. Quirrell was standing at the mirror of Eriste with his back to Harry. The mirror stood floor to ceiling, ornate, the inscription along the frame, "I show not your face but your heart's desire," legible in the candlelight. Quirrell's hands were moving, his voice low and urgent, and the mirror was showing him something that was making him increasingly desperate, which meant the mirror was not cooperating. "It won't show you the stone," Harry said. Quirrell went still. He turned slowly. His face was doing the specific performance of surprise that people did when they weren't actually surprised, and then that performance dissolved because there was something else looking through his eyes now, something that assessed Harry with a directness and intelligence that was wholly unlike Quirrell. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said, and it was not Quirrell's voice. "Voldemort," Harry said pleasantly. "You look like you've had a difficult year. More than you know." The voice through Quirrell was old and precise and had a quality like metal under tension, the sense of something enormous and capable and very angry, compressed into a borrowed vessel. "Stand at the mirror. Tell me what you see." "No," Harry said. A pause. The candlelight moved. "You could be great," the voice said. "You already are, in ways your little muggle world can't account for. Join me." "What I offer, I know what you offer," Harry said. He was walking, slowly, in a loose half-circle that kept the mirror to his left and Quirrell ahead of him. He wasn't rushing. He was calculating distance and angle. Power, survival, purpose. "You're very good at the pitch, apparently." It worked on Quirrell. He looked at what remained of the professor in the eyes that watched him. "I don't want what you're selling. Then I'll take what I need another way." The voice hardened. "Quirrell. Seize him." Quirrell moved. He was faster than expected, whatever possession did, it improved physical performance beyond the host's natural limits, which Harry had anticipated from the literature but had noted as a variable. He ducked the first grab, stepped inside the reach on the second, and got both hands on Quirrell's forearm. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. What Harry felt: warmth. Not metaphorical warmth, a deep, specific heat in his palms and along his forearms, like standing near a furnace, and then it moved outward into Quirrell's skin at the contact point and the warmth reversed, became a burning that he was not in but was projecting. What Quirrell felt, Harry could see it. The man screamed, not in anger, in agony, in a register of pain that was fundamental, and pulled back, but Harry held. Because letting go ended it, and ending it too soon meant incomplete. The voice behind Quirrell's eyes was screaming too, a different register, a higher and more desperate pitch, and the quality of Quirrell's physical form under Harry's hands was changing, blistering at the contact points, the skin going wrong in a way that was both physically real and somehow metaphysically real simultaneously, the projection of old dark magic meeting something older and cleaner and absolute. Harry held on. He looked directly at Quirrell's face through all of it, and in the last moment before Quirrell's strength gave out, he saw it, a window, brief and clear, between the entity's screaming and the man's agony. For 1 second Quirrell was simply Quirrell, a frightened man who had gone looking for power in an Albanian forest and found something that had walked into him and taken the wheel, and in that second his eyes found Harry's and there was nothing in them except exhaustion and something that might have been relief. Then the window closed. Quirrell collapsed. The voice continued for a moment. Harry felt it rather than heard it, a presence in the room trying to maintain cohesion without a vessel, scrabbling for purchase against the ambient magic of the room, the mirror, the castle, and then it dissipated outward. Not destroyed. Not permanently. But driven out, formless, released into whatever state it existed in between embodiments. Gone. Harry straightened. He looked at Quirrell on the floor and crouched down and checked for a pulse with the practical efficiency of someone who had been doing basic first aid training since he was 5. There was one, faint and irregular. He stood. He looked at the mirror of Erist. It showed him nothing he hadn't expected. He turned to it, not because he needed to look, but because the mirror deserved acknowledgement, a 1,000-year-old piece of magic designed to show truth, standing in the dark beneath a school, having done exactly what it was built to do. He looked at it for exactly 5 seconds. What he saw was not the stone. It was Wayne Manor, and Alfred in the kitchen, and Bruce on the roof in the late afternoon light looking at the city, and Harry standing with them in the kind of ordinary scene that was so mundane it was almost embarrassing. He reached into the mirror's reflection, a wandless extension of will, precise and intentional, the mechanism he'd worked out 2 weeks ago after reading about the mirror's original design in a text he'd found in the restricted section, and he felt the stone drop into his real palm, solid and warm and red. He put it in his pocket. He sent a spell to Quirrell, a stabilizing charm, basic medical magic from a healing theory text he'd read in September, imperfect but sufficient to keep the man alive long enough for help to arrive. Then he took the mirror pass out of his pocket, set it on the floor beside the door, and walked back through the chambers. Dumbledore was waiting at the top of the trapdoor. Harry climbed up, dusted his robes off, and looked at the headmaster. He'll need medical attention immediately. Pulse was present but weak. He reached into his pocket and held out the stone. I assume you want this back. Dumbledore looked at the stone in Harry's palm, and at Harry's face, and then at the stone again. He took it with both hands. His expression was doing many things simultaneously, and behind the warmth and the grief and the calculated wisdom there was something simpler and more honest. He had not expected this. He had staged this entire situation and the boy had walked through it and out the other side and was standing here with clean robes and a steady pulse and the stone in his outstretched hand like it was a library book he'd finished with. Voldemort? Dumbledore said. Dispersed. Not destroyed, he has other contingencies, I think. He'll be back. Harry looked at him. But not this year. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. How did you get the stone from the mirror? I understood the mechanism. Harry looked at the headmaster steadily. I also understand why you staged it this way. The bait, the timeline, the specific design of the traps, you wanted to see who came for it and how. He paused. I'm not angry about it. It was logical. I just want you to know that I knew. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was beyond cataloguing. Harry, he said. Is there anything I can offer you? Information, Harry said. All of it, this time. No management. No timing. Everything you know about the Horcruxes. A silence. The torchlight moved. From below, the enchanted harp had finally wound all the way down. How, Dumbledore said, very quietly, do you know about Horcruxes? Restricted section, Harry said. The redacted chapter in Rise and Fall wasn't fully redacted. The ink was standard blocking charm, not permanent obscurement. Hermione found the reversal. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Tell me what I don't know. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long, quiet moment, and then he did something Harry hadn't quite expected, he laughed. It was genuine, brief, slightly helpless, the laugh of a man who had planned for a great many things and was confronted with the specific pleasure and terror of something that had exceeded all of them. Come to my office, he said. I'll make tea. I'd like that, Harry said. They walked out of the third-floor corridor into the castle's morning light, the headmaster and the 11-year-old with the lightning scar, and behind them the mirror stood alone in the dark and showed nothing. It had already given everything it had. Chapter 5, The boy who investigated the summer between first and second year was 37 days at Wayne Manor, 2 weeks following Bruce through Gotham's underbelly in a civilian capacity while pretending to be doing something else, 4 days in Edinburgh with the charm worker who had started calling Harry the problem, with a tone that contained more affection than complaint, and approximately 11 minutes of actual rest. Harry didn't mind. Rest was a resource, not a reward, and he'd learned to take it strategically. The Malfoy documents had arrived at Christmas, as promised, a fat envelope delivered through a contact address in Bloomsbury, the papers inside photographed on what appeared to be a kitchen table at night, the angles slightly off, the handwriting in the margin notes Lucius Malfoy's distinctive cramped script. Harry had spread them across Bruce's study floor and they'd worked through the night, cross-referencing the financial architecture against everything Bruce had built from the Gotham end, and by 4 a.m. they had a map. The Triton network was a wheel. At the hub, a financial intermediary they'd been calling the architect, unnamed, operating through a chain of proxies so layered that pulling any single thread led only to another thread. But the Malfoy documents had something the Gotham files hadn't, handwritten margin notes that were personal rather than operational, the kind of annotation someone made when they were thinking through logistics and didn't expect anyone else to read them. And in those margins, 3 times, was a name. Not the architect's name. The architect's location. A building in Gotham's financial district that appeared in city planning records as a vacant commercial space and had been vacant on paper for 6 years. Bruce had gone there the same night with the expression of a man who had been waiting for exactly this thread. Harry had stayed at the manor and worked the documents, and when Bruce came back at dawn he'd confirmed, the building was operational, magically concealed from Muggle observation, and had been recently cleared out. Someone had been watching the Malfoy family the same way they'd been watching the Dursley warehouse, and had moved when the documents disappeared. They know Draco gave us something, Harry had said. Yes. That puts him at risk. Yes. Bruce had looked at him. I'm handling that end. You focus on school. Harry had looked at the cleared building address in the file and then looked at Bruce and decided, with the specific decision-making quality he'd been developing for years, that school and the Triton network were not separate ends and that the distinction was going to become irrelevant fairly soon. He'd said nothing about this because Bruce already knew it, and saying it would have just been a statement of the obvious. He'd gone back to Hogwarts in September with a new case, and the specific sharpening that came from knowing the board had more pieces than the previous year. The first sign that something was wrong with the castle was a cat. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker Filch's perpetually surveillance-minded cat, was found on the evening of October 31st in a corridor on the second floor, suspended stiff from a torch bracket by her tail, alive but rigid, her eyes open and filmed white. Below her on the floor, written in what appeared to be paint but was not paint, were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry stood in the crowd that gathered, a step back from the front, and looked at the wall and the cat and the corridor and the specific angle of the writing. Then he looked at the floor, the section nearest the wall where the water pipe ran, and noted the small wet patch that suggested a flooded bathroom above and a damaged overflow joint somewhere in the plumbing structure. Then he looked at the torch bracket and noted that the cat had not been placed there, the claw marks on the bracket were from gripping, not from being set down. The cat had climbed up there in a state of rigid terror and been unable to climb down. Something had come through this corridor. The cat had seen it. "What are you looking at?" Ron said, from his elbow. Ron had improved considerably in Harry's company over the past year. He'd stopped waiting for the social permission to ask direct questions, which suited Harry well. "Water damage pattern on the floor," Harry said. "And the bracket. And the specific configuration of the writing, the letters are uneven in a way that suggests speed rather than deliberation. Whatever wrote this was moving." He looked at Ron. "What's above this corridor?" "Myrtle's bathroom," Ron said. "The one the girls avoid because the ghost never shuts up." "Moaning Myrtle," Hermione said, appearing on Harry's other side. She'd been 3 people deep in the crowd and had made her way through with the focused persistence she brought to most things. "She haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom. She died in there in the 1940s. She paused. She never talks about how she died. I asked once. She cried for 40 minutes. Harry looked at the bathroom door at the end of the corridor. "She saw something that scared her enough to die," he said. "And she's never talked about it." Hermione looked at the writing on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets," she said. "I've read about it. Salazar Slytherin supposedly built a hidden chamber inside Hogwarts that contained a monster he could use to purge the school of Muggle-born students." Her voice was entirely steady because Hermione processed fear through information and she'd already started processing. "It's always been considered a legend." "It's not a legend," Harry said. "Legends leave physical evidence when you know what to look for." Snape had arrived. McGonagall had arrived. Dumbledore was somewhere behind the crowd. Harry turned and moved through the gathered students with the practiced ease of someone who understood human crowd geometry, and he was gone before anyone thought to note his absence. He went to the library. The Chamber of Secrets had 3 relevant texts, none of them cross-referenced in the catalog under that name because the catalog had been maintained by someone who didn't believe in it, which meant they'd been filed under architectural history, Hogwarts mythology, and one under general serpentology, which was the most interesting. Harry found all 3 in 20 minutes, read the relevant sections in 40, and went to bed with a preliminary hypothesis that he was 70% confident in. He told Hermione in the morning. "A basilisk," she said, and the color came and went from her face in a single second. She sat very still for a moment. Then she picked up her notebook. "Tell me the reasoning." He laid it out. The basilisk was the king of serpents, a creature bred specifically by Salazar Slytherin. The historical record was clear on that if you read the serpentology text carefully, which most people apparently hadn't. The chamber was its home and its origin. The petrification, because Mrs. Norris was petrified, not dead, which was a specific and crucial distinction, matched the secondary effect of a basilisk's gaze. Not the direct stare, which killed. A reflected or indirect view of those eyes. The cat saw it through something, Harry said. A reflection, or through some kind of mediation. That's why she survived. If she'd looked directly, Hermione began. She'd have died. Harry looked at her. Which means when it attacks students, if any of them looked directly, she stopped. Harry. We need to warn people. We need to warn people intelligently, Harry said. If we announce a basilisk in the walls of the castle, we create a panic that Dumbledore has to manage publicly, which forces a response that tips off whoever is controlling it. He paused. Someone is controlling it. The writing on the wall, the timing on Halloween, this isn't accidental. Something is directing it. Hermione looked at him. Or someone. Or someone, Harry agreed. What do we know about Slytherin's heir? The legend. She'd already read it. Of course she had. Slytherin left behind the ability to command the monster through his bloodline. The heir would need to be a Parselmouth, someone who speaks to snakes. She stopped. Harry. I know, he said. I've known since last year. I can speak to snakes. It started when I was 8, Alfred thought it was accidental magic but it was too specific. He met her eyes. I'm not Slytherin's heir. My family is Potter, traced back to Ignotus Peverell, no Slytherin line. He paused. But there's another Parselmouth involved in all of this who does have a Slytherin connection. Voldemort, Hermione said. Voldemort, Harry confirmed. Tom Riddle. His mother was a Gaunt. The Gaunts are direct Slytherin descendants. He looked at the wall. He opened it before. The historical record, Myrtle died in the 1940s. Riddle was a student here in the 1940s. Hermione's notebook was filling up. He controlled the basilisk as a student. He knew where the chamber was. He knew how to access it. And now he's, what's left of him, whatever form that takes, apparently doing it again, except he doesn't have a body. Harry stopped. He sat with that for a moment. He doesn't have a body, but he has a method of influence. Last year it was possession. This year, he stopped again. What? Hermione said. Memory, Harry said slowly. A preserved version of Riddle. Something that could act independently without requiring a living host. He looked at Hermione. The Horcrux literature. The texts you found about soul fragmentation. Hermione went very still. An object with a preserved piece of Riddle's soul. Young Riddle, specifically, student age, at his most capable and his most controlled. Something he made here, at the school, because this was his first real home and he'd want his anchor in a place he could control. Yes. Harry looked at the notebook in his hands. What form could it take? Hermione looked at the ceiling. A diary, she said, would be exactly the kind of object a brilliant, self-dramatizing 16-year-old would choose to preserve himself in. Harry looked at her. I'm serious, she said. Think about the psychology. He was clever, he was vain about his cleverness, he understood that knowledge was power, a diary that recorded his thoughts, that could interact with someone reading it, that contained his memory and his personality. That's not just a Horcrux. That's a performance. He made himself immortal and he made the immortality impressive. Harry thought about what Bruce had taught him about criminal psychology at age 6. He thought about the specific profile of someone who was simultaneously brilliant and deeply insecure about being seen, who compensated for that insecurity through control and calculated display. He thought about a boy in an orphanage who had discovered he was special and had spent every year since then making absolutely certain everyone else discovered it too. The diary is in the castle, Harry said. Or with a student, Hermione said. Someone who found it or was given it. Harry thought about Draco Malfoy in the library, hollow-eyed and careful, telling him about a locked cabinet and a key in a book spine. He thought about Lucius Malfoy's margin notes. He thought about a man who had supported Voldemort with his family's money and his family's name and his family's vault, and who had a son at Hogwarts, and who had recently discovered that his financial records were compromised. He thought about what a man like that might do when he felt cornered. Malfoy, Harry said. Not Draco, Lucius. He gave the diary to a student. How would he have had it? He was a Death Eater. When Voldemort fell, his followers scrambled to hide dark artifacts before the Ministry searched. Lucius would have taken anything valuable that Voldemort left behind. Harry looked at the notebook. And now, with his finances exposed and his position threatened, he's activated it. Given it to someone. Let it loose. Who did he give it to? Hermione said. Harry sat back. He thought about Halloween. He thought about who had been near this corridor. He thought about which students had been newest to the magical world, most likely to find a blank diary interesting rather than alarming, most likely to write in it and not question why it wrote back. I need to find out who has it, he said. Which means I need to find whoever starts showing signs of influence. Memory gaps, unusual behavior, an unusual attachment to a specific object. He paused. Ginny Weasley. Why? She was in this corridor on Halloween. I saw her at the edge of the crowd, white as a sheet. Not the normal startled by the writing white, the specific pallor of someone who recognized something they'd been hoping not to see. Harry looked at Hermione. She's a first year. New to the magical world. She found a blank diary that wrote back in a friendly voice and she's been writing in it all term. And now the monster is out of the chamber and she looks like someone who's just started to understand what she's been talking to. Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone who had followed his reasoning and arrived at the conclusion a half step behind and was not entirely comfortable with where it had arrived. We have to get the diary away from her. We have to do it carefully, Harry said. If Tom Riddle's memory knows someone is coming for him, he'll accelerate his plan. Right now he needs a host to open the chamber, that requires a Parselmouth, which means he's working on getting Ginny to do it for him, and if she's in a half-possessed state she'll be confused enough that he can manage it. Harry stood. I need to know how to kill a basilisk. Hermione opened her notebook to a fresh page with the expression of someone who had made peace with the fact that her school year was never going to be normal. I'll find out, she said. I know you will, Harry said. In the meantime, we need to tell people not to look directly at anything unusual. How do we do that without explaining why? We start a rumor, Harry said. A credible one. We don't have to name the creature, we just have to get people looking at things through reflections and intermediaries when they're in the corridors at night. He paused. Ron. What about him? He carries a pocket mirror for his hair. He won't admit this but I've seen him use it twice in the library. Harry almost smiled. He's the right person to start the rumor because he'll tell exactly 3 people and phrase it as something he worked out himself, which makes it more credible than if it comes from us. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Sometimes, she said, your approach to people is slightly alarming. I'm not manipulating him, Harry said. I'm using his natural social patterns to efficiently distribute information that will protect people. The outcome is the same as telling everyone directly, without the panic. He paused. Slightly alarming is fine. Panic is worse. She looked at him for another moment, then wrote something in her notebook. Basilisk, she said. I'll have it by tonight. What followed was November in the specific register of a month that knew something bad was coming. 3 students were petrified, all of them surviving, all of them having seen the basilisk indirectly, through a camera, through a ghost's transparency, through a window reflection. Each attack was methodical, escalating, and pointed, Muggle-born students. Hermione carried a small mirror everywhere and made sure anyone near her did too, which she accomplished by being persuasively alarming without specifying a cause. Harry mapped each attack on a chart he kept inside the back cover of his Transfiguration text. The locations described an irregular spiral moving inward toward the center of the castle's original medieval foundation. The chamber was old, pre-founders, even, built into bedrock. The entrance would be in the original structure, not in the additions. The bathroom, he said to Hermione, on a Thursday evening in December, sitting on the floor of an empty classroom with the map between them. She looked at the chart. Myrtle's bathroom is almost exactly centered in the oldest section of the castle's floor plan. She traced a line with her finger. And the water damage we saw in October, the flooded pipe, the plumbing in Myrtle's bathroom connects to the original underground water system, Harry said. Slytherin would have built the chamber accessible from the water system because it was the most defensible and concealed route in a medieval castle. He looked at the map. The entrance is in the bathroom. I'm almost certain. How do we find it? Parseltongue, Harry said simply. I speak, it opens. He folded the map away. But not yet. I need to know more about the diary before I go down there. The diary came to him, in the end, not through investigation but through Ginny Weasley walking up to him in the library on a Saturday morning in January with red eyes and a set jaw and saying, in a voice that was trying very hard not to shake, I need to tell you something. She told him. It came out in fragments, non-linear, with the disorganization of someone under significant stress. She'd found the diary in September. She'd written in it. The diary had written back, a voice, brilliant and warm and interested in her specifically, interested in her fears and her magic and her family and the school, interested in everything. She'd written for months, confided things she'd never told anyone. And then she'd started having gaps, periods she couldn't account for. She'd found herself in places she didn't remember going. She'd found a chicken feather in her robe pocket the morning after a cat was hung from a bracket, and hadn't understood it, hadn't let herself understand it, until a Gryffindor second year named Colin Creevey was found petrified with a camera in his hand and Ginny had been sick behind a tapestry for 20 minutes because she couldn't account for the night before. Why me? Harry said, when she'd finished. Why not McGonagall? Why not your brother? Because Ron would panic and go straight to Mum, she said, with the specific exasperated clarity of someone who loved a person and had an accurate picture of their limitations. And McGonagall would report it and then everyone would know and, she stopped. And because you found the body last year and went to Dumbledore before anyone else even knew there was a problem and you didn't look scared. She looked at him. I need someone who doesn't look scared. I'm not scared, Harry said honestly. I'm working the problem. He paused. Where is the diary now? My dormitory. In my trunk. Can you get it? Yes. Get it, Harry said. Bring it here. Don't write in it again, and don't let it touch your skin longer than you need to. Carry it wrapped. He paused. Are you all right? She looked at him with the young but not naive quality of someone who had been through something and come out the other side not quite the same. I'll be all right, she said. I just need it to be over. It will be, Harry said. Soon. She came back in 20 minutes with the diary wrapped in a scarf. Harry unwrapped it carefully, at the corner of the library table, and looked at it. Small, black, T.M. Riddle embossed on the cover. He turned it over without touching the pages. Then he wrapped it back up. What are you going to do with it? Ginny said. Destroy it, Harry said. But I need to find out what's in the chamber first. If there are students down there, there's no one in the chamber, Ginny said, then caught herself. I mean, I don't know how I know that. You know because Riddle's been in your head and you still have access to some of what he was planning, Harry said. He looked at her carefully. When did the gap start? October. After Halloween. That's when the attacks began. He was using your body to do it. Harry said this directly, not to be harsh but because softening it wouldn't help her and she was, he'd established, someone who did better with the truth than with cushioning. That's not your fault. The diary was designed to do exactly this, find someone to inhabit and use. She looked at him, jaw very tight. I mean that, Harry said. Riddle made this thing to attach to exactly the kind of person who was lonely enough and knew enough to trust a voice that paid attention to them. It's not about strength or weakness. It's about a 16-year-old dark wizard designing a weapon to prey on specific vulnerabilities. He paused. He was brilliant and he was cruel and he put his cruelty into this object and you found it by accident. None of that is yours. Ginny looked at the wrapped diary on the table. Something in her face shifted, the rigid holding together quality relaxed, incrementally, into something that was less managed and more human. Okay, she said, quietly. Okay. You should talk to someone, Harry said. Not about the chamber or the attacks, you don't need to tell anyone what you told me if you don't want to. But the experience of being inhabited. That leaves something. You should talk to someone about it. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite categorize, something somewhere between surprise and something gentler. Who do you talk to? Alfred, Harry said, without hesitation. About everything. She almost smiled. The one in the papers. Bruce Wayne's butler. He's not a butler, Harry said, with the particular reflex that Alfred would have gently disputed but that Harry maintained on principle. He's the most important person I know. He spent the evening with the diary at arm's reach on the desk, reading everything Hermione had found on basilisks and everything he'd assembled on Tom Riddle's school years. Hermione sat across from him with her own stack, cross-referencing, annotating, occasionally passing him a relevant page without looking up. At 10 o'clock she said, the only things that can kill a basilisk are a basilisk's own reflected gaze, the crow of a rooster, and a sword, Harry said. He looked up from the text he'd been reading. Specifically, the sword of Gryffindor. It's one of the few weapons in the castle enchanted to absorb basilisk-killing properties on contact. He paused. Where is it? Dumbledore's office, Hermione said. In a glass case. Harry looked at the diary. I need to get down there before Riddle finds another way to open the chamber himself. He'd been watching Ginny since October, carefully, and the frequency of her blackouts had been declining since he'd intervened in her writing pattern. She'd been writing less, and without the diary's constant feeding, whatever grip Riddle had on her through it was weakening. But weakening was not gone. He needs the chamber opened, and the only parcel-mouths available are me and whoever he can puppet. So you go first, Hermione said. I go first. Harry looked at her. I need you to do something while I'm down there. Obviously, she said. What? The diary. He looked at it. There's a basilisk fawn. When I come back up, I'll have one. But if I don't come back up, you're going to come back up, Hermione said, flatly. I intend to. He met her eyes. But if I don't, the diary needs to be destroyed. A basilisk fawn carries the venom for several hours after extraction. It's one of the few things that can destroy a Horcrux because the venom is magically corrosive in a way that reaches the soul fragment inside the object. He paused. I need you to know that. Because if I don't come back, Riddle will come out of the diary eventually, and when he does, you need to have already destroyed it. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. The fire moved. Crookshanks, asleep on the chair beside her, made a small sound of feline indifference to the weight of the conversation. You're going to come back, she said, with a precision that was not a wish but a statement. Yes, Harry said. I am. She looked at the diary. I'll have the fawn ready. He went to Dumbledore's office that night. The headmaster was there. Harry suspected he was always there at this hour, that Dumbledore's relationship with sleep was as strategic as everything else about him. He was standing at the window looking at the grounds, and he turned when Harry came in, unsurprised. The chamber, Harry said. I know where the entrance is. I know what's inside. I know about the diary. He paused. I need the sword. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Harry, Ginny Weasley has been partially possessed by a memory of Tom Riddle preserved in a school diary from the 1940s, Harry said. She's safer now because I've reduced the diary's influence, but she's still a vector. The moment Riddle can get enough control, he'll open the chamber and release the basilisk fully. Right now it's been hunting cautiously, indirect view attacks, targeting students who caught glimpses. If he gets full control, he stops being cautious. He met Dumbledore's eyes. The sword. Dumbledore looked at him for another long moment. Then he crossed to the case, opened it, and took the sword of Gryffindor from its mounting. He held it for a moment, looking at it with an expression that had several layers of history in it. Then he held it out to Harry. Harry took it. It was heavier than it looked and lighter than it should have been, and in his hand it had the particular quality of a well-made thing that knew its purpose. "The diary," Dumbledore said. "If the diary is a Horcrux, Basilisk Fong," Harry said. "Hermione has the protocol." He settled the sword across his back with the harness he'd borrowed from the equipment room because he'd anticipated needing it. "There's something else." Dumbledore waited. The diary was in Ginny Weasley's possession. She didn't bring it from home, she's a first year, she was buying her school things at Diagon Alley in August, and the diary was placed among her books at the bookshop. He looked at Dumbledore. "Someone put it there. Someone who was in Diagon Alley in August and had access to a group of students buying school supplies." He paused. "Lucius Malfoy was at Flourish and Blots in August. The same day as the Weasleys. I have testimony from 2 separate people who were there." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "When this is over, that needs to be addressed properly. Ministry level. Formal inquiry." Something in Dumbledore's expression went very still. "You have evidence?" "I have testimony and circumstantial support that's strong enough to compel a formal investigation. The investigation will find the rest." Harry paused. "I also have financial documentation connecting Lucius Malfoy to a Muggle criminal network that funds Voldemort's support infrastructure. That documentation will be ready for Ministry submission within the month." He paused. "I need you to make sure it reaches someone who isn't compromised." Dumbledore looked at him. "How would you know who is and isn't compromised?" "I don't, completely. But I have a reasonable working list." Harry held his gaze. "I'd like your help narrowing it." After a long moment, Dumbledore said, "We'll discuss it when you come back." "Good." Harry turned for the door. "I'll be back by morning." He went to Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione was there. She'd come on her own, which Harry had not asked her to do but had half expected because Hermione's idea of supporting someone from a distance was standing 20 feet behind them and pretending the 20 feet constituted staying back. She was holding the diary and a mirror and had a quill case in her pocket because of course she had a quill case. She looked at Harry with the sword across his back and said, "I'm not going to say be careful." "Good," Harry said. "I'm going to say be methodical. You do better when you're methodical." "I know," he said. "I'll be methodical." She nodded. She looked at the bathroom around them, the eternally dripping taps, the cubicle where Myrtle presumably was at this moment, and said, "Also, if this goes wrong and you get hurt, I will be extremely unhappy about it for a very long time." Harry looked at her. Something warm moved through him, brief and honest. "I know," he said. "That's a better reason than most." He turned to the sink at the far end of the bathroom. He looked at the snake scratched into the tap fitting, so small and worn with age that it was nearly invisible. He opened his mouth and the sound that came out was not English, it was something older and more liquid, a sound like water over stones with direction in it, and the sink moved. The entrance opened. Cold air rose from below. He descended without hesitating. The chamber was old in a way that the castle above it wasn't, old and certain, the stonework laid by someone who had known exactly what they were building and had built it to last. The passage ran long, lit by some ambient enchantment in the stone walls, the light green tinged and steady. Harry moved through it quickly, cataloguing the structure, noting the drainage channels, noting the specific acoustic quality that told him the space ahead was large before he saw it. He passed through the mouth, a stone serpent face, enormous, the door swinging silently on hinges that had not seized in 1,000 years, and into the chamber itself. It was vast. Columns ran the length of it, serpent carved, and at the far end a stone face the size of a house looked down from the wall, Slytherin himself, carved in the moment of his greatest certainty, the face of a man who had built something he was sure would outlast everything else. And in the middle of it, at the base of the statue, a girl lying on the damp stone floor. Harry crossed the chamber at a run, dropping to his knees beside her. Ginny was unconscious, pale past pallor, her skin cold and her breathing shallow. He checked her pulse, checked her airway, turned her into the recovery position with the practical decisiveness of his first aid training. She was alive. She'd been used as a vessel, the life steadily drawn out of her to fuel Riddle's growing solidity. Speaking of Riddle. He stood up and turned around, and Tom Riddle was there, standing 20 feet away, holding Harry's wand, which had apparently fallen from his robe in the descent, a logistical oversight that was irritating but not catastrophic. Riddle was a memory rendered solid through stolen life. He was 16 and extraordinarily handsome in the specific way of someone who had understood early that appearance was a tool and had optimized for it, with dark hair and dark eyes and the considered, assured quality of someone who had never been uncertain about his own capabilities and had never been given a reason to be. He looked at Harry with the frank, curious assessment of one exceptional person examining another. "Harry Potter," he said. His voice was exactly what Harry had expected, measured, precise, with the slight over-articulation of someone who had trained every natural roughness out of their speech. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. He looked at his wand in Riddle's hand, assessed the distance and the angles, and didn't move yet. "You're not frightened," Riddle said, with what sounded like genuine interest. "No. You should be. This is my chamber. You're in the heart of my power, without your wand, facing a basilisk that will be awake in moments." He tilted his head. And yet, Harry agreed. He glanced at the statue's mouth, where the basilisk would emerge. He had the sword. He had the mirror in his left breast pocket, a small one, 3 inches, which was sufficient for the purpose. He had the specific calmness that came from preparation and from understanding the nature of what he was facing. "I want to understand you," Riddle said, moving in a slow, deliberate arc. Not approaching, thinking. He was enjoying this, Harry noted, which was tactical information. "You're not what I expected. The boy who defeated me as an infant, and yet here you are without a wand, about to face my basilisk, and your heart rate sounds steady." "You can hear heart rates?" Harry said. "In this form, yes. The chamber amplifies certain senses." Riddle looked at him. "How are you not afraid?" "Because fear is a response to uncertainty," Harry said. "I understand the chamber, the basilisk, you, and this situation fairly well. Uncertainty is low." He paused. "Also, I've been training for situations like this since I was 4. Something moved in Riddle's face, surprise, quickly recovered. "Trained by whom?" "Bruce Wayne," Harry said. "He has a cave and a very demanding curriculum." A pause. Riddle's eyes moved across Harry with the specific quality of someone recalibrating. "The Muggle." "Yes. You've been raised by a Muggle." Riddle looked at him with the frank contempt of someone who believed this deeply and had stopped bothering to manage that belief. "How disappointing." "You were raised in a Muggle orphanage," Harry said. "I was raised in a Muggle manor with a man who taught me to think. Different outcomes." Riddle's expression went flat. "You know who I was." "I've read your school record," Harry said. "You were extraordinary. Top of every class, prefect, head boy, and underneath all of it, you were terrified." He met Riddle's dark eyes directly. "Terrified that someone would find out you were the Muggle orphan who talked to snakes in Tom Riddle's room at Wool's orphanage. That the magical world you'd found would look past the performance and see the frightened boy. You know nothing about, you made Horcruxes," Harry said. "Multiple of them. The diary is one. The others are elsewhere. You've been tearing your soul apart to avoid dying because dying means losing everything you built, and everything you built was built on top of the thing you were most afraid of." He looked at Riddle with something that was not contempt and not sympathy but was a clear-eyed, steady recognition. "The thing you were most afraid of was being nobody." The silence in the chamber was absolute. Riddle's face had gone through several things, and what settled on it now was not anger. It was something colder and more precise, the specific expression of someone who had been seen and had decided that being seen was intolerable. Remarkably insightful, he said, softly. It won't save you. It's not meant to save me, Harry said. It's meant to save you 30 seconds of performing certainty you don't feel, so we can both acknowledge this is a fight and get on with it. He looked at the statue's mouth. The basilisk. How long? As if in answer, something moved behind the stone teeth. Close your eyes, Riddle said, with perfect satisfaction. It won't matter. It will hear you. It will find you. And you have no wand. I have the sword, Harry said. The basilisk's hide is penetrable at the soft tissue points, Harry said. The palate, the eye socket, the ventral scales near the jaw hinge. I have the dimensions from the serpentology text. I know where to hit. He paused. I also have a mirror. He took the 3-inch mirror from his pocket and looked at it, then at where the basilisk was emerging, slowly, head first, enormous, the scales catching the green chamber light, the eyes still opening. He angled the mirror before the eyes were fully open, caught the reflection, directed it. The basilisk screamed. Its own eyes, reflected back before it could close them, caught the thing that killed everything else it looked at. It convulsed, sideways, enormous and crashing, a sound like a building collapsing, and it was stunned rather than dead, its nervous system overwhelmed, its momentum carrying it forward in a helpless, crashing slide. Harry was already moving. He ran along its flank, the sword out, using the convulsing body as orientation, forward, toward the head, counting the scale segments from the jaw hinge, and he drove the sword upward through the soft tissue at the roof of the mouth with both hands and his full weight behind it, the blade going through and through. The basilisk died. Harry stepped back. He was breathing hard, finally, the exertion was real, and the weight of the sword had been real, and the size of the thing was real. He looked at it lying across the chamber floor and felt the specific, exhausted aliveness of someone who had been completely committed to a task and had completed it. He looked down at his arm. One fang had caught him along the forearm during the death thrash, a shallow slice, not deep, but the venom was already visible at the edges. Dark, moving, wrong. He estimated, 30 to 40 minutes. He picked up the sword, crossed to Riddle, and looked at him. Riddle was watching him with an expression that had changed from controlled calculation to something else entirely, something that Harry recognized, with the part of his mind that was always 2 steps ahead, as the first real uncertainty Riddle had shown. Wand, Harry said. Riddle held his wand and looked at the fang wound on Harry's arm. That's basilisk venom, he said. You're dying. I have time, Harry said. Wand. Even if you get your wand back, there's nothing that can stop basilisk venom. Wand, Harry said, for the 3rd time, with the specific finality that ended conversations. Riddle threw the wand. Harry caught it. There's nothing in you to fight me with, Riddle said. You've won the battle and lost the war. You'll be dead before help arrives. Possibly, Harry said. He looked at the diary, which had fallen from Ginny's hand and was lying on the stone floor 3 feet from where she lay. He crossed to it, crouched, and pulled the longest fang from the dead basilisk's jaw with one hand. It came loose with effort, nearly a foot long, dense and curved. He looked at the diary. That's a piece of my soul, Riddle said, and for the first time his voice had something in it that was recognizably fear. I know. Harry drove the fang into the diary. The sound it made was not a physical sound. It was something older, something at the frequency of the chamber's enchantment itself, a tearing, a protest, a scream that came from inside the object and not from any mouth. Riddle screamed too, the first genuinely involuntary thing he'd done, and his form destabilized, the careful solidity draining out of it at speed, the edges going translucent and then gone, and the voice trailing away in a register that was not pain exactly but was the memory of pain, the echo of a consciousness reaching for permanence and finding the anchor cut. Then silence. Harry looked at the diary, destroyed, a piece of dark magic unmade. He looked at his forearm, where the venom was spreading. He sat down on the stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets next to Ginny Weasley, who was breathing better already. The drain on her life force had stopped the moment the diary was destroyed, and color was returning to her face. He looked at the dead basilisk, and the destroyed diary, and the vast chamber around him. He took out his wand and sent a Patronus, a stag, which he'd cracked in December with the same methodical focus he brought to everything, working on it until it was consistent, through the ceiling with an instructional thought attached, the way the communication spell worked when you needed it to move through magical barriers. The Patronus would find Dumbledore. Then he sat back against the cold stone and looked up at the carved ceiling. His arm was burning. The venom was deliberate and thorough, which was characteristic of something that had been killing things for 1,000 years. "Well," he said, out loud, to no one and everyone, "I've been in worse situations." He hadn't, particularly. But it seemed like the right thing to say. Dumbledore came through the chamber entrance 9 minutes later with a burst of Fawkes's flame, the phoenix landing on Harry's shoulder with the specific businesslike quality of someone who had a job to do and had already started doing it. The tears came before Dumbledore had reached them, phoenix tears, clear and warm, falling onto the Fong wound with a quality like something being reversed rather than healed, the venom pulling back from the edges of the wound and neutralized, the burning going out. Harry looked at his arm, at the venom retreating, at the closed wound left behind. He looked at Fawkes. "Thank you," he said, precisely and sincerely, because Fawkes had earned it. Dumbledore was beside Ginny, checking her, his expression carrying everything he hadn't said and probably wouldn't say. He looked at the destroyed diary. He looked at the dead basilisk, 18 feet of it across the chamber floor with the sword of Gryffindor buried in its pallet. He looked at Harry, sitting against the wall with a healed arm and a steady pulse and blood on his sleeve but otherwise intact. "Tom Riddle?" Dumbledore said. "Gone," Harry said. "The memory version. Whatever he was preserving of himself in the diary is destroyed." He looked at Dumbledore. "He has others. Other Horcruxes. I told you we needed to discuss this." "Yes," Dumbledore said, quietly. "We do. Ginny needs to go to the hospital wing. And when she's been seen to, she needs someone to talk to who understands what involuntary possession is and how to process it. Not just physically, the rest of it." Harry stood up, because his legs worked and staying on the floor was no longer necessary. He pulled the sword from the basilisk's jaw with effort, it took 2 tries, and wiped the blade on his robe. "And Lucius Malfoy," Harry said. "Ministry level. Formal inquiry. I'll have the financial documentation to you by the end of the week." He looked at Dumbledore. "This time, Professor, I'd like to be in the room when the conversation happens." Dumbledore looked at him, and the warmth in his expression was real and complicated and had no performance left in it. "I think," he said, "that is entirely fair." Ginny began to stir. Harry crouched down beside her and said her name, and she opened her eyes, and the first thing she said was a slightly groggy, "Is it over?" "That part's over," Harry said. "There's more. But that part's done." She looked at the chamber around her, and the dead basilisk, and the ruined diary, and Harry's blood-stained sleeve. "You're hurt." "I was," Harry said. "I'm fine now." "Fawkes." Ginny looked at the phoenix, which was sitting on the basilisk's tail looking regal and vaguely proprietary. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, he's beautiful." "He is," Harry agreed. "Can you stand?" She could. He helped her up, and they walked out of the Chamber of Secrets together, and behind them the diary's remains lay on the damp stone floor and the basilisk was very thoroughly dead, and somewhere in the structure of the magical world something had shifted, a piece of Voldemort removed, a contingency destroyed, the count of what remained ticking down by 1. Above them, Hogwarts breathed its ancient breath. Outside, Hermione was waiting at the bathroom entrance with the wrapped Fong she hadn't needed, her expression doing something complicated and managed and entirely failing to be as calm as she was performing. She looked at Harry's sleeve. "You're bleeding." "I was." Fawkes fixed it. "The diary?" "Destroyed." He looked at her. You were right about the psychology. He put himself in a diary because he wanted to be the kind of thing that was read. Hermione looked at him for a moment, and then she did something she hadn't done before. She crossed the distance between them and put her arms around him, briefly and fiercely, the specific hug of someone who had been conducting themselves with great composure for several hours and was done composing now. Harry, who had been hugged by Alfred many times and by Bruce approximately twice and had learned to receive both properly, put his arms around her and held on for the 3 seconds it lasted. She stepped back. She looked at Ginny. "Hospital wing," she said. "Now. Both of you. Both of me?" Harry said. "You're not as fine as you think you are," she said, with the flat certainty of someone who had been watching him carefully all evening. "Come on." They went. Harry walked between them through the castle's night corridors, the sword over his shoulder, the owl weight of Athena settling briefly on the windowsill. They passed as though checking in, and the castle around them felt different, the way any space felt different after something significant had happened in it, as though the stones were deciding how to remember. Harry thought about the conversation he'd have with Bruce in the morning. He thought about the Malfoy documents and the Ministry inquiry and the list of Horcruxes he was going to make Dumbledore write out in full, finally, with no redactions. He thought about the Triton Network's money trail and where it led and how much of that map was still to be drawn. He thought about Tom Riddle in the chamber, looking at him with genuine uncertainty for the first time in what had probably been a very long time. The board had changed. The next moves were already forming. He was 12 years old, and he was nowhere near finished. Chapter 6, The Wizard Detective of Gotham. 3 years is a long time to build a case. Harry Potter at 15 had the specific quality of someone who had been moving toward a fixed point for so long that the movement had become indistinguishable from who he was. Not obsession, obsession was blind, and Harry was the least blind person Bruce had ever trained. It was more like orientation. The way a compass didn't obsess over north but simply knew where it was. He was sitting on the Batmobile's hood at 2 in the morning in a Gotham parking structure on the west side of the financial district, eating an apple and reading a document on a tablet that Alfred had encrypted 3 ways and then encrypted again on principle. Around him the parking structure was empty except for Bruce's car, 2 surveillance drones hovering in standby mode near the upper level, and the very specific quality of Gotham's silence that wasn't silence at all but was the city breathing between crises. Bruce landed on the concrete barrier beside him with the controlled impact of someone who had been doing this for years and had stopped finding it dramatic. He looked at the tablet. "The Albania network," Harry said, without looking up. "The contact we've been calling the Edinburgh broker, it's not a person. It's a relay. 3 separate individuals operating a rotation so that no single contact point holds the full chain." He turned the tablet to show Bruce the financial diagram, a web of nodes that had taken him the better part of a year to map. "The rotation timing is based on lunar phases. Magical scheduling. I missed it for 6 months because I was looking for a human pattern." Bruce looked at the diagram. He was still in the suit, cowl pushed back, the specific focused quality he carried in the field carrying over into the analytical mode. "The lunar cycle," he said. "The dark of the moon, specifically. The node transitions happen on the 3 nights of the new moon each month. It means the handoffs are in darkness, which works for both practical concealment and what I think is a ritual component." Harry turned the tablet back. "The ritual component is interesting because it suggests the network has a magical supervisor who cares about timing, not just a financial architect who cares about covering tracks." "Voldemort's direction," Bruce said. "Or someone acting in his name. He's been reforming for 2 years, we know that from the Albanian sightings and from what Dumbledore's network has picked up about Death Eater movements." Harry put the tablet down. "The Triwizard Tournament." Bruce looked at him. "Something is being set up at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's been cagey about it, more so than usual, which for Dumbledore is saying something. The financial activity in the Triton Network's magical arm has spiked 3 times in the past 6 months, with the spike points corresponding to specific Hogwarts administrative decisions." Harry looked at the city below them, the orange and black landscape of Gotham at night. Someone is using the tournament as a mechanism. I don't know the full shape yet. But it ends at Hogwarts, and it involves me. Bruce was quiet for a moment. The prophecy. He's been building toward a body, Harry said. We know the Horcrux count. Dumbledore and I have identified 6, destroyed 2. The remaining 4 are located but not yet accessible. He paused. If Voldemort reaches a body before we destroy the remaining Horcruxes, the dynamic changes significantly. So we accelerate, Bruce said. We accelerate. Harry turned the tablet back. The Triton Network's Gotham end, the vacant building in the financial district that was cleared the night the Malfoy documents arrived. We know it was cleared by someone with magical concealment capability. That person has been maintaining a presence in Gotham on a rotation schedule that matches the lunar cycle. The Edinburgh broker rotation, Bruce said, and Harry watched him connect it in real time, the same way Harry did it, the pieces finding each other. The Gotham contact is one of the 3 rotating nodes. Yes. Harry looked at him. I have a location. He brought up a second document on the tablet. Cross-referencing the surveillance footage Alfred pulled from the financial district over the past 8 months with the lunar rotation schedule, there are 3 individuals who appear on the relevant dates and disappear from standard tracking afterward. 2 are definitively Muggle, their financials and movements are traceable and inconsistent with magical operation. The third, he turned the tablet. Bruce looked at the photograph. It was grainy, a surveillance still, a figure in a dark coat moving through the financial district at 2 a.m. on a new moon night 3 months ago. The figure's face was turned away, but the coat was distinctive, an unusual cut, slightly too long, with a specific collar fold that appeared in 3 separate stills across 8 months. This person enters the financial district at the node transition time and exits it through an alley that has no camera coverage on the far end, Harry said. The alley dead ends physically. There is no exit. Which means the exit is magical. He paused. I put a modified tracking charm on the alley entrance 6 weeks ago. Tied to a specific magical signature frequency. Bruce looked at him. When did you place the charm? Last visit. While you thought I was sleeping. A beat. Harry. The charm is passive. No risk to me, no interaction with the subject, purely observational. Harry met his eyes. It pinged 2 weeks ago. The signature is specific enough that I can identify the individual through their magical frequency alone. He paused. His name is Corban Yaxley. He's a Death Eater. Ministry employee on the magical side, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He's been on Dumbledore's watch list for 3 years but no one's been able to place him in the network because his financial trail is entirely on the magical side. Until the Gotham connection, Bruce said. Until the Gotham connection. Harry put the tablet down. He's our thread. Pull Yaxley, the thread unravels into both ends simultaneously, Gotham criminal network on one side, Death Eater financial infrastructure on the other. He looked at Bruce. I need to take him. We need to take him, Bruce said. Harry looked at him with the expression he'd developed for exactly this category of conversation. You need to take him on the Gotham end. I need to take him on the magical end. Those are different operations running simultaneously. You're 15, Bruce said. You were 23 when you started doing this, Harry said, with the equanimity of someone who had run this argument several times in various forms and had long since reached the conclusion that the argument was really about something else. I've been training for 11 years. I've faced Voldemort twice, a basilisk, a Death Eater network's financial arm, and the specific challenge of making Dumbledore tell me things he doesn't want to tell me, which I assure you is harder than any of the others. He paused. I'm ready. Bruce looked at him for a long, specific moment that Harry had learned to read precisely. It was the moment where Bruce's protective instinct and his honest assessment of Harry's capability arrived at the same answer from opposite directions, and the instinct lost because the assessment was too clear to be argued with. Tell me the full operation, Bruce said. Harry told him. It took 40 minutes, including the contingencies. Bruce changed one thing, a timing adjustment in the Gotham end that Harry acknowledged was better. Harry changed two things in the Gotham extraction protocol that Bruce acknowledged made sense. Alfred, who was on comms and had been listening from the cave, said, the timing adjustment creates a 4-minute window that needs coverage, and they both modified for it simultaneously without discussing it, which was how their best work happened. End of October, Harry said. The tournament selection is at Halloween. Whatever Voldemort's mechanism is, it activates at the tournament. We need both ends of the network closed before then. 3 weeks, Bruce said. 3 weeks, Harry confirmed. He picked up his apple, found it finished, and set the cord down on the Batmobile's hood with the precision of someone who didn't leave things imprecise. I should get back. I have a defense practical at 8. Umbridge, Bruce said, with the specific flatness he reserved for things he found deeply objectionable. Yes. Harry's expression was also flat. She's dismantled the practical curriculum entirely. We're doing theory only. I've been teaching the practical component myself in the room of requirements since October. How many students? Started at 12. Currently at 28. Harry slid off the Batmobile's hood. I call it Dumbledore's army, which Dumbledore finds both flattering and alarming. Bruce made a sound that might, in another person, have been a laugh. Does he know? He knows, Harry said. He's pretending not to, which means he's decided it's useful and is maintaining plausible deniability in case the Ministry finds out. Harry considered this. Which is basically what Dumbledore does with everything. You do the same thing, Bruce said. I learned it from somewhere. Harry turned toward the stairs. Alfred has sandwiches in the car. I told him not to, but he did anyway. He always does, Bruce said. I know. Harry paused, halfway to the stairwell. Bruce. He turned. Bruce was standing by the Batmobile in the orange dark of the parking structure, still, watching him with the expression he rarely showed and that Harry had spent 15 years learning to see. When this is over, the network, the Horcruxes, all of it, I want to talk about what comes next. Next meaning what? Next meaning what this is, Harry said. What we built. The two-world operation. There are things the magical world can't investigate without Muggle methodology and things Gotham can't understand without magical context. He looked at Bruce steadily. That's not going to stop being true when Voldemort is gone. Bruce looked at him. You want to formalize it? I want to think about it, Harry said. After. A pause. After, Bruce said. Harry went down the stairs. In the cave below Wayne Manor, Alfred made a note in a small leather notebook he'd been keeping since Harry was 4 years old, titled simply and without fanfare, H. He noted the date, the location, and a single line, he's ready. He's been ready. The rest is just the moment catching up. He closed the notebook, set it on the desk, and went to make tea. The Triwizard Tournament arrived at Hogwarts in the form of a carriage the size of a small building and a ship rising from the Black Lake, and with it came Dumbledore's measured performance of welcome and the specific charged quality of a school that had been told something remarkable was happening and had decided to believe it completely. Harry stood in the entrance hall as the Beauxbatons delegation swept in and watched the crowd and felt the thing he'd felt since September growing clearer. There was a shape to this that he couldn't fully see yet, but the outline was there. The tournament was a container for something, a structure someone had built not for the competition itself but for what the competition could be made to accomplish. Hermione appeared at his elbow. She'd been at the welcome feast and had the expression of someone who had also been watching rather than participating. The Goblet of Fire, she said. Yes. Age restriction, she said. Dumbledore's making a large point of the age restriction. Someone is going to circumvent it, Harry said. The specific way the restriction is designed, it's a detection ward, not a prevention ward. It identifies the age of the person who submits a name. But if you submit someone else's name without their knowledge, it doesn't detect the age of the person being submitted, Hermione said. She'd worked it out at the same moment, which was satisfying in the way it always was. Just the submitter. The submitter would need to be of age, Harry said. Or be able to convincingly mask their magical signature to read as of age. He watched the Durmstrang delegation enter behind Karkaroff, large and precise, in dark furs. Someone is going to put my name in the goblet. Hermione turned to look at him. You sound very certain. The tournament ends with a final task. Something about the task is the actual mechanism, not the tasks themselves, but what the final task enables. He looked at the hull. The portkey theory. If you can control the final task, you can put a portkey somewhere the champion will inevitably touch it. The champion goes where you want them. Hermione was very still. Which champion? The one Voldemort wants. Harry looked at her. Me. She looked at him for a long moment. Okay, she said, which meant she'd absorbed it and was moving to the next position. So we control what we can. The tasks themselves, we prepare for all of them, not knowing which will actually matter. And we watch who put your name in. Who put my name in tells us the specific Death Eater operating inside the school, Harry said. Which I suspect is connected to our Gotham timeline. He paused. Mad-Eye Moody. Hermione frowned. He's a Ministry Auror, his magical signature is wrong, Harry said. I've been watching him for 3 weeks. The eye works correctly, the magical eye is genuine, or at least a genuine magical item. But the way he moves through the castle is inconsistent with 30 years of muscle memory in this building. He's mapping it. He paused. Someone is wearing Moody. I think they have the real Moody somewhere, which means we need to find him before the operation concludes. Hermione had her notebook out, writing as he spoke. She'd been doing this for 4 years without discussing whether she was going to keep doing it, which was one of the things Harry respected most about her. She arrived at the logical next action without requiring a consensus meeting. Polyjuice potion, she said. We know it personally. Minimum monthly rebrewing cycle, which means they need ingredients, which means there's a supply chain, which means, the apothecary stores. Filch's records show a supply requisition for moonseed extract and lacewing flies in September that was signed by Snape, but which Snape, when I asked him obliquely about his autumn brewing schedule, didn't reference, Harry said. Someone forged Snape's signature. Someone confident enough to forge it, Hermione said. And knowledgeable enough about Snape's usual supplies to know what a plausible requisition looked like. Death Eater, Harry said. The inner circle would know Snape. She wrote for another moment. Harry, she said, when you say you've been planning for all of this, how much of this have you run past Bruce? All of it, Harry said. He and I designed the simultaneous operation 3 weeks ago. The Gotham end takes Yaxley and the financial network. The Hogwarts end takes whoever is impersonating Moody and prevents the portkey extraction. And Voldemort's resurrection attempt. And that, Harry said simply. Hermione looked at him. She'd been looking at him this way since the Chamber of Secrets, a specific look that was partly admiration and partly the expression of someone who had signed on for a partnership and was periodically reminded of the full scope of what that meant. You're going to tell me that the operation is dangerous and complicated and has specific risks and that you've accounted for all of them. Yes. And that you need me for a specific part of it that you haven't told me yet. Yes. What part? Harry looked at her. Moody, the real Moody, is in the castle somewhere. Locked up, kept alive because the Polyjuice brewer needs fresh material at the monthly cycle. He paused. I need you to find him while I'm in the maze. She looked at him. The maze is the final task. Yes. And you're going to be in the maze dealing with a portkey trap while I'm searching the castle for a kidnapped Auror. You won't be alone, Harry said. I've spoken to Cedric Diggory. Hermione blinked. Cedric. He's good, Harry said simply. Steady, capable, fundamentally decent, and he has a legitimate reason to be moving through the castle during the final task because he's a champion. He can search the upper floors without raising flags. Harry paused. I told him the relevant information. He took it well. You told Cedric Diggory there's a Death Eater impersonating Mad-Eye Moody? I showed him the evidence, Harry said. He's not an idiot. He looked at it and said, right, what do you need? Which is exactly the response that makes someone useful. Hermione absorbed this. And the maze? I go in, I let the trap play out until I have confirmed portkey contact, and then instead of going where the portkey is meant to take me, I redirect it. She stared at him. You can redirect a portkey. Theoretically. Portkeys are anchored to a destination by a directional enchantment. If you apply a counterdirectional modification at the moment of activation, that's incredibly advanced magic and it's never been successfully demonstrated in controlled conditions, let alone, I've been practicing it since January, Harry said. Alfred helped me set up a test rig in the cave. 43 attempts. He paused. 39 successful redirects. And the 4 that weren't? 2 ended up in the cave ceiling. 1 in the garden. 1 redirected correctly but added a 60-second delay. He met her eyes. The geometry works. I understand the mechanism. Hermione closed her notebook. She looked at him with the specific expression she reserved for moments when she'd assessed something, found it sound, and was choosing to trust it fully rather than continue arguing the margins. Okay, she said. Show me the plan. They spent 3 hours in the room of requirement that evening, the 2 of them and the room providing exactly what they needed, a flat surface large enough for the full operational map, reference texts, and 2 mugs of tea that appeared on a table in the corner at precisely the moment they were needed, which was one of Harry's favorite things about the room. He'd found the room in second year. He hadn't told Dumbledore about it immediately, which Dumbledore had later mentioned he'd found both predictable and reasonable, which was high praise by Dumbledore's standards. The DA training sessions had been using it for 2 months. 28 students working on practical defensive magic in defiance of a ministry that had decided defensive magic was somehow politically inconvenient. Harry had been teaching it with the same approach Bruce had used with him: clear instruction, immediate application, honest feedback, no condescension. The students responded to it well. People generally did when you treated their capabilities seriously rather than managing them down to a comfortable level. Neville Longbottom had produced a Patronus 3 weeks ago, on his 7th attempt, and the expression on his face when the silver bear erupted from his wand was one of the few things Harry had seen that was genuinely, cleanly happy with no complications attached. Harry had shaken his hand and told him it was excellent work and meant both things completely. The operation ran on the 24th of October. Gotham, 11 p.m. local time, Bruce took Yaxley. The Death Eater had been in the financial district on schedule, rotating through the node transition with the confidence of someone who had never been caught and therefore believed they were uncatchable. Bruce had been 3 buildings ahead of him for 4 hours, reading his route from the tracking charm signature Harry had established, moving through Gotham's rooftops with the absolute patience of someone who had learned that waiting was not passivity but preparation. Yaxley went into the alley that dead-ended. He reached for his wand, the magical exit, the way out that no Muggle surveillance could follow. Bruce dropped from the overhang above the alley entrance and Yaxley did not complete the motion. The interrogation took 11 minutes, which was not brutal and was not gentle and was entirely effective, and what Yaxley gave up, under the specific persuasive pressure of a man who had been doing this in the dark for 20 years and knew exactly how far to go and exactly when to stop, confirmed the location of the real Alastor Moody, confirmed the identity of the impersonator, and confirmed the destination coordinates of the tournament portkey. Bruce sent the coordinates to Harry's mirror, which Harry checked from the Hogwarts waiting area at 3 a.m. The destination was a churchyard in Little Hangleton. A specific grave. Harry looked at the coordinates for a moment. Then he looked at his modified portkey redirect formula, recalibrated the destination anchor by the 14 degrees necessary to shift the exit point from Little Hangleton to a location he prepared in advance, and went to sleep for 3 hours because the final task was at 7 and he needed to be sharp. Cedric found him at breakfast. He was a sixth year now, broad-shouldered and calm, with the specific quality of someone who had been carrying responsible awareness of a dangerous situation for several weeks and had decided that carrying it well was the best available response. He sat across from Harry and said, at a normal volume under the general noise of the hall, room 3B on the 4th floor. Behind the tapestry of the hunt. I found a loose floor panel last night that goes to a sub-corridor. Harry looked at him. Moody. Hasn't confirmed it yet. But the panel leads somewhere that has a magical lock I can't open without a specific incantation. He met Harry's eyes. I'll have Hermione meet me at the tapestry during the task. If it's what we think, it is, Harry said. The incantation for a Death Eater lock set is a blood ward, specific to the caster. You can't break it conventionally. But the disruption of the caster's magical signature at the point of their arrest invalidates the ward. He paused. When I take Crouch in the maze, the ward on that room will break. Cedric absorbed this. Bartemius Crouch Jr., he said. Yes. He was supposed to be dead. He was supposed to be in Azkaban, Harry said. His mother died for him. His father covered it up. He paused. Which is also a thread that leads back to the Ministry's compromised infrastructure, but that's a secondary problem. Cedric looked at him for a moment. Harry, he said, how long have you known all of this? The full picture since 3 weeks ago. Pieces of it since September. Harry looked at his breakfast. The tournament is a mechanism. Barty Crouch Jr. is the operator inside the castle. The mechanism ends with a port key to a Death Eater ritual site where Voldemort has prepared for physical resurrection. He met Cedric's eyes. He needs my blood. The ritual requires the blood of his enemy. The only enemy the ritual names is me. Cedric was very still. Right, he said. I've modified the port key, Harry said. It won't take me to Little Hangleton. The operational detail ends with Crouch secured and the ritual interrupted. He paused. But I need to let the trap develop enough to confirm the modification will hold. I have to touch the port key and begin the transport before I redirect. Cedric stopped. That's a very narrow window. Yes. And if the redirect fails, then I'm in a graveyard with no wand and Voldemort's outer circle. Harry looked at him. But the redirect will hold. I've done it 39 times. Cedric looked at him for a long, steady moment. Then he said, what do you need from me in the maze? Nothing in the maze, Harry said. You go through the maze and you get out when you can. Your job is Moody, the real one, before and after. And if anything goes wrong, you get Hermione out. What counts as something going wrong? If I'm not back within 20 minutes of the task ending, it's gone wrong. Harry held his gaze. Tell Dumbledore. Tell Bruce, Hermione has the contact method. And trust that there's a contingency. Is there a contingency? There's always a contingency, Harry said. Alfred taught me that. Cedric smiled at that, briefly and genuinely. Your guardian's butler. He's not a butler, Harry said, with the reflex precision. Right. Cedric stood. I'll find Hermione after breakfast. Harry watched him go and thought about Cedric in the way he sometimes thought about people who walked into a situation because they decided it was right, without the years of preparation and the specific training and the case file knowledge. People who stepped up on character alone. He thought there was something about that worth noting, worth protecting. He ate the rest of his breakfast and went to get ready. The maze was enormous, hedges 20 feet high, the paths shifting on a slow enchanted rotation, the interior populated with creatures and enchantments at intervals designed to challenge and slow. Harry moved through it with the efficiency of someone who had been reading about maze design since he was 8, which meant he understood the geometry, and with the physical capability of someone who had been training for 11 years, which meant the creatures weren't obstacles, they were variables to be managed in sequence. He encountered a blast-ended scrut, which he stunned from 40 feet with a modified impediment jinx before it had cleared the gap in the hedge. He encountered a sphinx with a riddle, which he answered in 40 seconds because the riddle was a word puzzle with a specific structural type he'd seen in 6 variations in Bruce's logic exercises. He encountered a section of golden mist that reversed his compass sense, which he navigated by the position of the stars through the hedge tops. He was thinking the whole time. Not about the maze was proceeding according to expected parameters. He was thinking about the operation, running the timing, confirming the sequence. Gotham had been handled. Cedric and Hermione were in position. The 4-minute coverage window Alfred had flagged was covered by the Patronus relay charm he'd set up between the maze exit and the castle entrance. Everything was sequenced. The Triwizard Cup was in the center of the maze. Harry saw it from 40 feet out, a gleaming thing on a plinth, illuminated by its own ambient enchantment, the path to it clear and direct in the way that specifically indicated a designed approach. He stopped 40 feet out and looked at it. He could see the portkey enchantment from here. Years of magical sensitivity training had given him the ability to read enchantment signatures the way a musician read notation. The layers were visible to him as a kind of structural impression, the way you could feel the architecture of a building from the acoustic quality of a room. The portkey overlay was distinctive. It had the specific wavelength signature of a modified transport charm anchored to a preset coordinate. His modification was keyed to activate at the point of spatial displacement, which was the half-second between the portkey's initiation and the actual transport. Half a second was enough. He'd tested it to within a tenth of a second. He walked forward and took the cup. The world wrenched sideways, the familiar hook behind the navel sensation of portkey transport, and in the half-second of spatial displacement Harry activated the redirect and held it against the portkey's original vector with everything he had, which was considerable, and the destination anchor shifted. He landed in the room of requirement. The floor was stone, the room configured in its bare form, the one it took when you needed space with no specific purpose. Harry landed on one knee, stood, and breathed. His hands were completely steady. The cup was still in his hand, its portkey enchantment now discharged and inert. He set it on the floor. Then he put his wand to his throat and said, clearly and with the sonorous charm Alfred had taught him from a theatrical manual, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Your portkey has been redirected. Your network has been compromised from the Muggle end. Yaxley is in Ministry custody with a full testimony of the network's operation. Your position is fully exposed. He paused. The door to this room is unlocked and I'll be here for the next 10 minutes. The door opened in 4. Crouch came through it in Moody's shape but moving wrong. The polyjuice was at least 8 hours old, the last dose, and the features were beginning to blur at the edges in a way that made the face uncanny. He had his wand out. His eyes were wild in the specific way of someone whose plan had just collapsed and who was deciding, in real time, whether to fight or run. He looked at Harry standing in the middle of the empty room with his wand down by his side. You redirected the portkey, Crouch said, in Moody's voice crumbling at the edges. How? 43 attempts, Harry said. 39 successful. The geometry works if you understand the mechanism. He looked at Crouch steadily. Put the wand down. I will kill you, Crouch said, and he meant it. There was no performance in it. It was the flat conviction of someone who had been waiting for this moment for a decade and was not going to be redirected by a 15-year-old. The Dark Lord is going to be addressed, Harry said. On a timeline I control, when I'm ready, in a way that I choose. He met Crouch's eyes without flinching. Not in a graveyard on his terms. On mine. He raised his wand. Last chance. Crouch fired first. Harry moved. He'd been trained in the specific discipline of fighting someone who was faster and stronger and more experienced, which meant the first priority was always angle, not power. He stepped inside the killing curse, not blocking it, that was impossible, but moving so that the angle of approach missed, and the green light hit the wall behind him and the stone went cold and dark. He returned with a disarming charm and a leg locker simultaneously, one vocal and one non-verbal, the combination trained until it was a single motion. Crouch's wand flew and his legs locked and he hit the floor and the polyjuice finished its last dissolution, the borrowed face sliding off the real one, a young man with a face that had spent years in Azkaban and showed it. Harry picked up Crouch's wand and crossed to him. He looked down at him, late 20s, hollow-eyed, burning with a conviction that had been the only thing keeping him functional for years. Harry thought about Tom Riddle in the chamber. He thought about what long, focused, devoted obsession did to a person. Is it worth it? Harry said, genuinely curious. Crouch looked up at him with hate so old it had become structural. He will return, he said. No matter what you do. He will return and he will, I know he'll return, Harry said. I'm counting on it. He crouched to eye level. I've destroyed 2 of his Horcruxes. There are 4 more. By the time he does return, in whatever form he manages, the infrastructure that was going to support him won't exist, and the mechanism he'd planned to use for his return will have been dismantled. He looked at Crouch. I'm not trying to prevent his return. I'm ensuring that when it happens, he has nothing left. He stood, put a binding charm on Crouch with the efficiency of long practice, and went to the door. McGonagall was in the corridor. She looked at him, at Crouch behind him, at the room, and at the Triwizard Cup in his hand, and she performed the specific composure of a woman who was capable of surprise but who considered displaying it a personal failure. Mr. Potter, she said. Bartemius Crouch Jr., Harry said, handing her Crouch's wand. He's been impersonating Professor Moody since September. The real Moody is in room 3B on the 4th floor behind the tapestry of the hunt. Cedric Diggory and Hermione Granger are extracting him now, the blood ward on the room will have broken when I took Crouch's wand. He handed her the Triwizard Cup. I didn't win the tournament, I redirected the portkey to avoid a Death Eater trap. The tournament's logistics office will need to address the scoring protocol. He paused. I'd like to speak with Dumbledore. McGonagall looked at Bartemius Crouch Jr. bound on the floor. She looked at Harry. Of course, she said, and her voice only showed the composure cracking in the one small place where she allowed it to. Well done, she said. Merlin Sake, well done. Dumbledore's office, 20 minutes later, was full of people. Snape was there, he'd heard the commotion and arrived with the specific manner of someone who had been waiting for something and was calibrating whether this was it. Moody, the real one, gaunt and shaken from months in his own magical trunk but alive and furious, was sitting with a cup of tea Alfred would have approved of. Hermione was beside Harry with her notebook full and her expression carrying the particular quality of someone who had done what they set out to do and was managing not to be visibly pleased about it. Cedric was there, standing near the door, with the expression of someone who had run through a castle at midnight extracting a kidnapped Auror and had decided this was, objectively, the most significant thing he'd done in his life. Dumbledore was at his desk, looking at the array of people in his office, with the expression of a man who had given up controlling this particular narrative several months ago and was now simply trying to keep up. Harry told them everything. Not parceled, not managed, the full case, both ends, laid out in sequence from the Triton Network's financial architecture to Yaxley's Gotham operation to Crouch's Hogwarts impersonation to the portkey trap to the 4 remaining Horcruxes and their locations. He named names. He provided documentation where he had it. He told them what Bruce had and would submit to the relevant authorities and what he needed from the magical side to formalize the Ministry inquiry. When he finished there was a long silence. Snape spoke first, which surprised everyone slightly including Harry. The Horcrux locations, he said. His voice was flat and controlled and carrying something under it that Harry recognized as the specific emotion of someone who had been working towards something for years in the dark and was confronted with evidence that it had been visible all along. You've confirmed all 4. Confirmed 4. Potential 5th unverified, something connected to Nagini, the snake. I'm still working that. Harry looked at Snape directly. You've known about the Horcruxes. It was not a question. Snape looked at him for a long moment. Dumbledore and I have been, I know, Harry said. I'm not asking for the history. I'm saying that the Horcrux information you have should be shared with me fully, now, because we're past the point where managed disclosure serves anyone. He held Snape's gaze. I'm not your enemy, Professor. I'm not the person you're thinking about when you look at me. I know who you see. He paused. I'm James Potter's son, but I'm also Alfred Pennyworth's student and Bruce Wayne's ward, and I've been building this case since I was 7. What I need from you is the information you have, not the version of this story where I'm a piece on someone else's board. The silence that followed was a different kind, not the silence after a revelation but the silence after something true had been said to a person who needed to hear it and was doing the slow, difficult work of deciding what to do with it. Snape looked at him for a long time. Then he looked at Dumbledore. And then, with the specific economy of a man who had practiced dispensing small amounts of honesty until it was a controlled skill, he said, "The locket. Grimmauld Place. Number 12. Harry looked at him. Confirmed? Confirmed, Snape said. Thank you, Harry said simply, and wrote it in his notebook. The Ministry inquiry began the following week. Lucius Malfoy was arrested on a Thursday, at the Ministry's public entrance, which Harry had specifically requested because the public nature of the arrest was itself operational. It sent a message to the network's remaining nodes that the protected position they'd assumed Malfoy held was gone. 3 other arrests followed in 72 hours as the nodes scrambled and exposed each other in the process. Harry observed all of this from Hogwarts with Hermione beside him and a cup of tea in his hand, and the specific quality of someone who had done what they set out to do and was already thinking about what came next. The next was the Horcruxes. The next was Voldemort's physical return, which was not prevented by the failed graveyard trap. He would find another method, another ritual, another approach, because he was intelligent and committed and had nothing left to lose. The next was the war that Dumbledore had been preparing for and that Harry had been preparing for differently, not as a conflict to survive but as a case to close. He wrote to Bruce that night. The letter was brief, because the mirror was easier for most things, but letters suited a certain kind of communication, the kind you wanted to be able to read again later. Gotham End confirmed successful. Yaxley in Ministry custody. Hogwarts mechanism dismantled. Full case file being compiled for dual submission to Ministry and GCPD. Horcrux count, 2 destroyed, for identified pending action. The war is beginning. Everything we built for this is ready. Come when you can, I'd like to work this final stage together. He paused, then added, Alfred was right. There have been several moments. He sent it with Athena, who departed the window with the air of someone who had been doing this for 4 years and had opinions about the quality of the correspondence. 3 weeks later, Bruce arrived at Hogsmeade Station on a cold November morning, Alfred 2 steps behind him, and Harry met them on the platform with his coat collar up against the wind and the specific expression of someone who was genuinely, unperformedly glad to see 2 people. Alfred looked at him. You're taller, he said. 3 centimeters since July. The hair is no better. It never is, Harry said. I've accepted this about myself. Alfred opened the paper bag he was carrying and produced a wrapped sandwich. The railway food is terrible, Harry said, taking it. I know. You've always known. Bruce looked at him for a moment in the particular way that was the closest he came to the kind of demonstrative expression that other people's guardians apparently displayed, which was a brief, quiet recognition that translated as, you did this, and it mattered, and I saw it. Harry received it the way he'd always received it, not needing it to be more than it was, because what it was had always been enough. The remaining Horcruxes, Bruce said. I have a working plan for 3 of them. The 4th requires access to a Ministry holding facility, which I'm working through Dumbledore's contact. Harry turned toward the village. I also have a theory about the 5th. The snake. The snake. And something else. Harry paused. Something Dumbledore has been dancing around for 2 years that I've worked out from the fragments. I think, he stopped. He was quiet for a moment in the way he was quiet when he was bringing something difficult into the open. I think there might be a 6th. Alfred looked at him. Bruce looked at him. The wind moved through the station. "Tell me," Bruce said. "I will," Harry said. "Tonight. All of it." He looked at them, the two people who had been there since the beginning, who had found him in a cupboard in Surrey and brought him home and given him everything he'd needed to become what he was. "I needed to say something first." Alfred raised an eyebrow. "I've been thinking about what I said in Gotham. About formalizing what we built." Harry looked at the mountains behind the village, the castle visible on its hillside, the magical world that had been his second home and his primary case for 4 years. "When this is over, I want to use both worlds the way I've used them in this case. Together. The things magic can't find without Muggle methodology and the things Gotham can't understand without magical context." He looked at Bruce. "I want to build something. Not just the two of us working a case on two fronts. A structure. Something that can exist after we're done with this specific fight. A detective agency," Bruce said, with the neutrality he used when an idea had arrived that he was going to agree with but wanted to evaluate properly first. "An investigative body," Harry said. "Operating between both worlds. Cases that fall in the gap between what the Ministry investigates and what the GCPD investigates. The gap is larger than anyone knows because neither side knows the other side exists." He paused. "I've been in that gap since I was 4 years old. I know it better than anyone." Bruce looked at him for a long moment. "You'd need a base in both worlds." "Wayne Manor and here," Harry said. "I've already spoken to Dumbledore about space in London for a wizarding side office. He knows a building in Diagon Alley that's been empty since the First War." He paused. He seemed less surprised than I'd hoped. Alfred made a sound that was entirely too knowing to be suppressed. He said, Harry added, and I'm quoting, "I had rather hoped you'd be an Auror, but I confess the structure you've described seems considerably more effective." He seemed mildly annoyed about it, which I took as confirmation. Bruce almost smiled. It was brief and genuine and worth noting. "Tonight," he said. "The full brief. All the Horcruxes, the sixth theory, and the timeline to Voldemort's return." "Tonight," Harry confirmed. He turned toward Hogsmeade. "Alfred, the sandwich is excellent." "Of course it is," Alfred said. They walked into the village, the three of them, in the November wind, the castle above them and the case ahead of them and the shape of everything they'd built between them visible in the way they moved, not like a guardian and his ward and his butler, but like people who had chosen each other, specifically and completely, over 11 years of extraordinary circumstances. The war was coming. The board was almost clear. Harry had been preparing for this moment since he was a child in a cupboard conjuring light in the dark because he needed to see to read, and the light he'd conjured then had never really gone out, it had just grown, and grown, and grown, until it was something that worked through both worlds and answered to nothing except the case and the people it protected. That evening, in a rented room above the 3 broomsticks with maps on the table and tea in the pot and Alfred cutting sandwiches with the unhurried precision of a man who understood that good work required good fuel, Harry laid out the final case. He told them about the Horcruxes, all 6 known and 1 theorized. He told them about the ritual requirements for Voldemort's physical return and why the failed graveyard trap had delayed but not prevented it. He told them about the prophecy in full, the complete text that Dumbledore had finally produced, because Harry had sat down with him in October and said, "The full text, Professor. We both know you have it," and Dumbledore had looked at him for a long, quiet moment and then produced it. "Neither can live while the other survives." Harry had looked at the text for a moment. Then he'd said, "The power he knows not. I've been thinking about this for 3 years." He looked at Dumbledore. "The prophecy doesn't say I have to kill him. It says neither can live while the other survives. If I destroy the Horcruxes, all of them, he becomes mortal. A mortal dark wizard with a rebuilt body and no magical infrastructure and a fully exposed support network." He paused. "A mortal dark wizard can be arrested." Dumbledore had looked at him with an expression that was beyond cataloguing. You intend to arrest Voldemort, he said. I intend to remove his ability to survive death and then remove his ability to continue operating, Harry said. If the process requires killing him, I'll kill him. But I'm not planning the operation around death as the primary outcome. I'm planning it around closure. He met Dumbledore's eyes. There's a difference. In the room above the three broomsticks, Bruce looked at the timeline Harry had drawn and said nothing for a moment. Then, the sixth Horcrux. Harry was quiet for a moment. The night in Godric's Hollow, he said. The killing curse. It hit me and it rebounded because of my mother's sacrifice, but the curse was designed to fragment the soul of the caster and imbue it into an object or living thing. When it rebounded, the fragmentation still happened. He looked at Bruce steadily. The curse had nowhere to go. Except one place. Alfred set down the sandwich knife. Me, Harry said. I'm the sixth Horcrux. Or the seventh, the count depends on whether you include the diary's predecessor. He said it with the specific, controlled calm of someone who had been carrying this for 6 months and had decided that carrying it clearly was better than carrying it in a way that distorted anything else. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar. There has been since I was a year old. The room was very quiet. Bruce looked at him with an expression that had several things in it and was very carefully not allowing any of them to take over. That's what Dumbledore has been dancing around, he said. Yes. The prophecy. Neither can live. He thought it meant I had to die, Harry said. To destroy the fragment. That's what all the management has been. The staging, the careful preparation, the timing, he's been preparing me to die on his schedule. He met Bruce's eyes. He's wrong. Bruce looked at him. The sacrificial enchantment mechanics, Harry said. Hermione found the original research. The protection in my blood isn't passive, it's active. It's been active since I was a year old. I've been living with Voldemort's soul fragment for 15 years and my own soul has been pushing back against it the entire time. He looked at his hands. The fragment is isolated. It exists in my scar, in the scar tissue specifically, in a way that's separate from the rest of me because the protection never stopped working. He looked up. If I can focus the sacrificial enchantment forward, the same way I did with Quirrell, you burn it out, Alfred said, quietly. From the inside, Harry said. Without dying. He paused. It will hurt. Considerably. I've been working out the methodology and it's not elegant. But it doesn't require my death. He looked at Bruce. It requires knowing what I'm doing it at the right moment, and being completely certain of the mechanism before I attempt it. Bruce looked at him for a long time. The fire in the room moved. Outside, Hogsmeade was dark and quiet and far away from Gotham. Are you certain? Bruce said. 87%, Harry said. Which is the highest I've been on any complex magical theory, and I've been accurate on everything above 70% so far. He paused. I know that's not 100. Nothing is 100, Bruce said. Tell me the remaining 13% of risk. Harry told him. They worked through it for an hour, Bruce finding the gaps, Alfred finding the logistical vulnerabilities, Harry answering and modifying and refining until the 13% had been reduced to 7 and the 7 had been documented as known acceptable risk rather than unknown variable. When they finished, Alfred cleared the cups and refilled the pot and sat back down. You know, he said, in the mild, conversational tone that always meant he was about to say something worth listening to, I have been in a number of extraordinary situations in my life. Considerably before the two of you entered it, and even more considerably after. He folded his hands on the table. I have never once, in all of those situations, encountered anyone who faced the worst of what the world had to offer and responded by saying, right, let me work out what I can do about this. He looked at Harry. You were 4 years old, Alfred said, in a cupboard, with a rubber band holding your glasses together, and you had sorted out from the available evidence that something was wrong with your situation and that someone should come. He paused. You were absolutely right on both counts. And when someone finally came, he paused again. You packed one book and one blanket and said you were ready. Harry looked at him. You have been ready, in my observation, since the first day I met you. Alfred's voice was the warmest thing in the room. Everything since then has simply been the world working out how to be ready for you. Harry looked at his hands for a moment. Then he looked at Alfred, and at Bruce, and he didn't say anything because some things were truer without words, and he'd learned that, too, from both of them, in different ways, over the long useful years. The fire burned. The tea was hot. Outside, the castle sat on its hill in the dark, patient and ancient, waiting for whatever came next. Harry Potter, 15 years old, the wizard detective of Gotham, second-year builder of a two-world criminal case, destroyer of Horcruxes, redirector of port keys, teacher of 28 students who had learned to cast a Patronus because someone had decided they deserved to, sat in a rented room above a pub in a magical village in Scotland and looked at the two people he loved most in the world, and felt the shape of everything that had been built, and everything that remained, and was. Completely, entirely unafraid. Right, he said. Let's plan the rest. And they did.